Okay. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. It's so bright outside right now. Good morning. Happy whatever. I don't know. Tuesday? It's Tuesday. Good fucking morning. I hope you're all doing well. I know. It's out. It rained all of my days off, though, which is lovely. Of course, now it's sunny and gorgeous out. Where the fuck were those aviators at? These? Oh, they're so shitty. No, I found these on the playa. These are Moop. They're not, literally the lenses just pop out. They're not nice. Just Moop, but they work. They're actually like literally all my screens go black, so I know they have the UV shit in them. You know? No, they're shitty. But thank you. No, no, no. All that being said, the fact that they fell off and survived the playa, like, not bad. Yeah, they're definitely polarized because I can't. All my monitors go black, which is weird. Yeah, definitely. Watching you run those, I know that seriously, Viata. I would never buy these because of that. Did you see it get stuck in my hair? Fuck those. So hard. I don't. Literally, my hair's in it now. Disgusting. We hates them. The biggest pet peeve in the world is finding the cutest sunglasses and they have those fucking nose pads because 90% of the time you're going to do this and then they're going to get caught in your hair. Every time. And they get caught, don't they? Yeah, fuck them. I know. I hate them, but they are nice. I just don't. I can't. If you have hair, those things are the devil. Mm-hmm. Hard same Viata. Those white sunglasses that I have on that are like stained from my hair and shit. I don't even know where they are. Those things, they double as a headband 9 times out of 10. I'm pretty sure that's what these are. These are some cheap shits someone brought to the Burning Man and left. So, I got them. I feel like a cop. Most monitors have a polarizing filter, so those aren't too cheap. You can rotate them. I know, isn't that weird? If I rotate them, I can see the monitor, but if I look at them at an angle, they're black. It's very weird. Science is cool. My buddy who had his nose broken a few times hates those things. The slight pressure on him gives full-on migraines. That's another thing. I don't like that pressure on my nose. I don't know. No, they're definitely... There's a model number. Polarize... It says Polariz, made in China. Polariz. So, yeah, they're just shitty glasses. I don't buy nice things. They're just gonna break. It's Polariz. Oh my god. Is it the youth? Is it the rizzing? Is that what it is? Is it Riz? Last night the girlfriend said, I need you to put the toilet seat down. So I went into the washroom and said the public restroom seats are better. And now she's mad at me for some reason. Yeah. How dare you? The fucking youth, man. I feel like when I was younger, we didn't have that. I feel like we just recycled words, right? Like when we were younger, we just recycled like cool and groovy and tubular and shit like that. They've made new words now. And listening to people of a certain age speak, I'm like, what is no cap? What does that mean? Why are you talking like this? It's very odd. It reminds me a little bit of like British slang. The children. I don't mean to laugh because it's not funny, but the children got left behind. Skibbity toilet, right? Like, what is it? My new favorite Gen Z word is glizzy. Kate, what does it mean, though? What does it mean? Dude, Rod got stuck as Rod Bert in my head. I think Viata did it. Like, I literally, when I think of Rod, like, oh, I should text Rod Bert is what comes to mind now. Not Rod anymore. Shut up. Glizzy is, stop it. Did the penis owners, choose this? Your glizzy is your cock? Literally, glizzy guzzling, like, we just jizzle it. Why are we, I mean, we have a million names for dicks, let's be honest. Penis, dick, cock, whatever. You could go on forever. Glizzy? I don't know what to do with that. I don't want to suck a glizzy. I chose nothing, right? Like, was anybody like, yeah, that's a glizzy? What does it mean? Okay, what do you know the root? Like where it came from? Because that's what I've noticed. Like, yes, I do. Most of these words, it's very much like British slang. I'm trying to think of an example. It's too early and I'm tired. But there's a lot of British slang where you're just like, what the fuck does that mean? And they're like, they'll take 9 steps back to where the root of the word came from. And they're like, that makes total sense. And I just don't understand. Like, it's very bizarre. I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's weird. It's language. That orange mascot dude, I feel like he was in a lot of memes about a, what is it again? A glizzy? My glizzy cock. What the fuck? Like, all of them, drip kind of makes sense. But all the other ones, I, sure. What happened to dude? Who is that mascot for? Isn't that like a hockey mascot or something? That orange thing? It's only for hot dogs? Okay, but no, Jackie. It got weirder now. Because naming dicks, that it checks out. We've been naming dicks. I mean, people love their dicks, right? But why? Are hot dogs that big of a deal these days? That we made an Do you know what I'm saying? Like, have hot dogs become such a vital part of our life that we had to make up a new name for them? I'm genuinely curious. It got weirder. According to Reddit, it comes from Glock, gun. No shit. According to Reddit, glizzy came from Glock. Oh, maybe like my 9? I make up words all day. I have no reason to judge. I'm not judging. Like, fuck. I literally make up words all day because I can't speak right. I'm just curious. Riz is the only one that makes sense to me since it's... Oh, Riz comes from Oh my god, it's our personality and our Riz. I don't want that. It's from charisma? Okay. Okay, this is what came up on Google. The comparison between a gun and the iconic snack, hot dogs, seems to come from the elongated length of the hot dog, which is similar to a handgun's extended magazine. Thus, the word glizzy crossed over from guns to grub and began to be used to refer to hot dogs on the East Coast from DC before spreading to wider audiences. Okay. Yeah, kids. Okay. Okay. It's the personality and charisma. Me neither. And I'm like, that all of that must have happened in the last 4 years because I'm from Baltimore, DC area, and I'd never heard Riz before I moved here. But I've heard it. I've heard. I love you, Jackie. Thank you for our daily education. Why are we letting DC decide these things? They're not even a state. I feel like I need my cop glasses today. You guys are sass. This is great. It's only a year old. Okay, that makes sense. No. No. You've heard a child say raw dogging in terms, like, regarding to going barefoot? That's not what that means. Oh, no. That's not what.
Now, I'm going to fuck you with Satan's cock.
Oh my God. Imagine your child. We're just gonna go raw dog in the woods, Mom. What? Tony, thank you so much for resummoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it his. I can't breathe. Okay, Billy. This is why, as a parent, you have to keep up with the slang, because your kids are going to tell you they're raw dogging and it's not sex. I'm going to say that from now on. I'm going to go raw dogging in the woods. Oh my God, that's. Dogs have always been a metaphor for feet. I mean, same. I've heard that before, but like, come on, raw dogging. Like, I have not. I mean, come on, the only reason any of us know that word is porn. Raw dogging the phrase, that's like, where else in life are you? Yeah, my dogs are tired, but I have yet to raw dog with my feet. Like, do you know what I'm saying? For once, it's not sex, it's always sex. Something along the lines of raw dogging life from a child and had to go, I don't think that means what you think it means. Oh my God! 100%. Raw dogging, it means unprotected. But I mean, we have spread raw dogging to more vernacular. But I mean, I'm pretty positive it came from no condom sex, right? I feel like I've said raw dog too many times. It's not making sense in my head anymore. What? My girlfriend had a student that kept saying, "Can you, Mr. Blah, double team me?" Oh. That's incredible. I'm sorry I talked. Thank you. Welcome to the shit show. It's unprotected sex. And so, like, we started taking that word and applying it. Like, I've heard people talk about raw dogging a flight, where they'll go on a 5-hour flight, no headphones, no book, no music, no beverage, no nothing, and just sit there for 5 hours straight. It's very unsafe. You should be drinking water. Don't do this. I don't care how popular you are on TikTok. Stop that. But we've applied it to other areas, like we're going, like, raw dogging life without medication or whatever, but it definitely came from sex. And if a child came up to me and said, I'm going to go raw dog in the woods with my friends, I would not assume barefoot. That wouldn't be Katie's first bingo card. You know what I'm saying? You'll never guess what slang for a bundle of sticks means now. Exactly. Like, the way language changes like that, right? Or like how a dyke is like a type of dam, isn't it? It's like a way to block water, and then they turned it into some sort of negative connotation for lesbians. A dyke is like it's a thing. Everything is sex. I mean, really. Is it not? Double teaming being a wrestling term from at least the 80s. Really? Maybe I'm just disgusting. Double teaming is also a Pokemon move and a pair of pliers. What? Oh my god, Crispy. So I got in an argument with Zach the other night about this because there was, I don't know what the fuck was on TV, but people were gonna do an Eiffel Tower and I called it a wobbly H. And he was like, no, that's an Eiffel Tower. I'm like, it's only an Eiffel Tower if they high five. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it not a wobbly H until the high five? Thank you. Not that I've participated in such nefarious activities, but like, I've spent a fair amount of time on Urban Dictionary. The Eiffel, so do you know what a wobbly H is? It's when there's one person on all fours and then there's one person at their mouth and one person at their ass and they're fucking both sides. So it's like a wobbly H. And then if they high five, it becomes the Eiffel Tower. Not that I've ever done these things, because gross, we're virgins. We don't even mouth kiss. Disgusting. You've never heard wobbly H. I spent too much time on Reddit as a child. See, spit roasting isn't as funny to me. Spit roasting implies that the person in the middle is being spun on the dicks. Because, like, when's the last time you saw a spit roast where two people were just shoving it back and forth across the fire? Whereas a wobbly H is fucking funny to think about. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I mean, spit roasting, but unless, like, if I was the person in the middle and you weren't spinning me and you called it a spit roast, I'd pull the dicks out and be like, I'm out. This is a wobbly H. I'm not spinning. There's no spit roast in the world that isn't spinning. Where the fuck did that come from? Unless you fuck your spit roasted pig, in which case I ain't here to judge but you. Well, I mean, like, if you Google spit roast, it's a roast on a thing that spins over the fire so it's evenly cooked on all sides, right? So, like, theoretically, if we're taking that and applying it somewhere else, you would think, right? Like, when I say sit and spinner, it's not because you're throwing someone in the air up and down. You are spinning them on your dick. You know, the words mean something. I would just assume if spit roast was the word, then you were spinning that person like a spit roast. Which, I mean, sure. It could be possible. I'm 6 feet tall. It's never going to happen to me, but maybe. Wobbly H is just funny. But then you could be a corn on the cob. You could be a shish kebab. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that get a long cylindrical item through the middle of them that aren't being spun. Shish kebab that bitch. I don't know. Or like, a s'mores. I don't know. Cheers. What was it? I think Glut said it last night in the Discord. Opinions can be wrong. Space. Like, zero gravity is the one place you could spit roast, probably, right? It was knives attacking me. Hey, we said we'd hug you before and after the swirlies. I've never seen a spit roast in my life that wasn't meant to spin. That being said, I'm not hanging around a lot of spit roasts. Maybe some people only want one side of the pig cooked. To each their own. Low is great. I literally forgot that movie until like 15 minutes in. And I was like, oh shit. And the entire thing came back to me in one wave. And I was like, oh, I know this movie. I remember this story. But Scream, I had never seen Scream before last night. I saw Scream 1 for the first time in my life. And I have to tell you guys, I called the murderers, like, right off the bat. I think I watched too much true crime. Rotisserie sounds a lot more elegant. Really, I know. For as much as I love horror and everything, like murdery and shit, I think they must have come out when I was like in high school, college, or something like that, where I was just so busy, I missed them. And then by the time there was like 6 of them out, Scary Movie came out, and I've seen Scary Movie like 20 times. I've seen Scary Movie a million times. I mean, no shit, my dudes. When Scary Movie came out, I didn't even know it was a parody of another movie. I was just like, oh my god, this is hilarious. No clue. I had no idea. Like, the Scream mask, for a good 30 years of my life, was a joke. I had no idea. It was a pretty good movie, though. I enjoyed it. It was good. Like, actually well done. Murder film. I don't know. I enjoyed it. In 1996, people were in awe of it. I'm sure. First search for spit roast on Google comes up with an Urban Dictionary. Oh. That's exactly what they were, Glut. 100%. I mean, this is not a true crime channel, but you guys know that's like my thing. I listen to true crime 24/7. I'd confidently say over 70% of the men who commit horrific atrocities on other people are just incels who weren't smacked around enough and told no. It's crazy. Like, they're just, like, dudes who fucking hate women. It's so weird. I mean, like, that, and then there's almost always a sprinkling of religion. Almost always Jesus comes into play. No, that's what I meant to do yesterday. Thank you for reminding me. I was literally trying to remember the name. Disturbing. That's who I wanted to check out. Thank you. I meant to, and I just didn't have a chance to. Parody movies from the 90s are the best. They were great. They were so fucking stupid. What was the one that was, it was a parody of New Girl? Or whatever. Not New, is it New Girl? No. Not Another Teen Movie? That one? That one's good. Stranger, I have that on my list now. I haven't seen it yet. I killed people because my mom left. My girlfriend wouldn't fuck me after I killed her mom. Not Another Teen Movie. Not, yeah. But no shit, that's like, that or I'm Not Kidding You, Glut. And it's really scary because it's exactly as simple as I'm about to say it. So many husbands and fathers slay their entire family because they're so heavily religious. They would rather go to hell for murder than suffer the shame of their not religious enough family. And 9 times out of 10, they're Mormon. It's fucking scary because it's no deeper than that. That's it. Like, it's no deeper. It's just, it starts with that psychosis of like, my kids aren't Christian enough. My wife, and then they start getting into this psychosis, and then they slay their fucking families because they'd rather, in their mind, go to hell than have the shame of their non-Christian family in the world or whatever. It's really scary. And it always stems from something stupid, simple like that. And just like, oof. I mean, what is Mormonism? What is organized religion, really, at the end of the day? Oh my god, hand surgery, slurm. Don't you be typing up a storm, you rest and drink water. Delicio, we watched it already. That was I think that was like one of the first movies after we watched all the Jason movies, which we did. The first week of October, we watched every single Jason movie, 2 a night. It was a lot. It was a lot of Jason. Like, the first couple are great, and then it just less titties, trying to do more story, different directors, just bleh. But literally one of the first days after the Jason string, we got Dale and Tucker, and that I think I'd only seen that like once. That movie was fucking great. My favorite serial killers are Richard Kuklinski and Carl Panzeram. I don't think I've heard of Panzeram. Kuklinski sounds familiar. Simply because they only killed men, they're irredeemable monsters and fucking lovers, but they're super fun to read about. Have you heard about the last? I have heard the last podcast on the left. My sister and her boyfriend are obsessed with it. Yes. They put these cute girls up like, hey, contact us and a missionary will call. Ew, really? We had a lot of good movies, We've had some really good roles the past couple nights. Honestly, I've been writing every single one of them down. I actually have a list. Do you guys, hold on, let me grab it. I literally, while we were watching movies this past week, I sat and I would search just knives messages or just glut in that one Discord, and I sat there and scrolled over 200 pages of messages from those two fuckers just to write down every movie we've watched this month. Okay. I mean, we're all prolific chatters. I'm pretty sure I probably chat more than anybody. I don't know. I've never gone through my own messages. But no, it's honestly, it wasn't that difficult going through and finding all the movies because thank fuck, both of them almost always go find the IMDb link and post it. So literally, I didn't have to read every single message. I was just scrolling and I would look for a link. That was it. It was a lot easier than it sounds. It was just me scroll all the way one page, no links. Next page, scroll all the way, no links. Oh, a link, and that's it. And then I would just grab it. It wasn't too bad, thankfully, and that is really, really helpful to have the IMDb's just visually. But in no specific order, this is all we've watched this month. Did I write down last night's movies? What did we watch last night? We watched Low. Yeah, I didn't write down last night's movies. Low and Scream. Okay. In no particular order, we've watched Renfield, Beetlejuice 1, Beetlejuice, which is Beetlejuice 2, Kronos, Bram Stoker's Dracula, The Crow. Allegedly, we watched the new Crow, but we don't have to talk about it. Children of the Night, The Blair Witch, another one I'd never seen. Jennifer's Body, Midsommar, Mimic, I hadn't seen that one either. That one was gnarly. Abigail, Monster House, Addams Family Values, Platform, The Evil Dead, Into Violent Nature, Hellraiser, Teeth, Idle Hands, Tucker and Dale vs. Evil, Trick or Treat, Mandy, 13 Ghosts, Low, and Scream, and then all of the Friday the 13th movies. And then I'm going through and writing synopses for each one. It's so bright in here you can't see them. But I'm going to rate them all at the end of the month, because why not? We've watched so many fucking movies. It's crazy. That's just October. And we've been doing this. When did we start this? I got my dogs groomed. Look how naked he is. It was okay, Delicia. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't you know how, I talk about how the fucking Craft 2 was a sin, and it's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life, and I will never, ever, ever watch it again, and I won't let anyone watch it in my presence. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like they stomped shit and vomited all over Beetlejuice, but it was meh. It was okay. It felt like 9 different stories going nowhere. Like it didn't feel like all of these stories were coming into a funnel. It just felt like this. And I was trying to keep track of them all, and I was like, I guess I'll pick one to pay attention to. That's kind of what it felt like. Craft 2 was straight shit. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Like, just a fucking insult to the movie. It's how do you live up to Beetlejuice? How do you live up to The Crow? Like, they just need to stop. Stop with these sequels. Stop it. There was, I mean, it's a lot, and I know it's like my nostalgia or whatever, and my love for the first one is part of the reason I don't like the new one, because they change things that are pointless. Like, this is not a spoiler, this is from Beetlejuice 1, which came out in what, 89? It's been out for a while. You just need to watch it by now if you've never seen Beetlejuice. But Otho says at the dinner table that suicides in the afterlife are eternal servants. They end up clerks and workers, right, in the afterworld. He straight up says that. That's facts. You guys know a few years ago for Halloween, I did miss Argentina, the green lady with the pink hair. And, you know, if I knew then what I knew now, I wouldn't have my little accident. And then in this movie, it's just like they delete that. And they're like, just kidding. The afterlife's run by shrunken head boys. Like, it was just... They just fucking shot a ton of cool lore from the first movie in the foot. And I think it's because they wanted to make it funny or something. Yeah, it was just... I love the first movie and how they portrayed the afterlife so much. Like, do you remember that scene when they go into, like, the office building after Miss Argentina, and the guy that's flat is, like, on a fucking coat rack, and he's like, I was feeling a little flat, and then fucking rolls away, and all the desks either have, like, a skeleton or, like, a ghostly-looking lady from, like, the 20s sitting there typing with that perfect light, and it's, like, an old detective room from, like, the 80s, like, noir, you know, the shades are down, but the light's coming through the slats and these weird angles, and it was just, like, this hyper atmospheric, you know, you got that feeling of like, oh, the eternal servitude, like that's it. And then in this one, they just kind of, it felt, you know what it felt like? It felt like Beetlejuice was very much akin to the cartoon, which I dug when I was a kid, actually. I watched the Beetlejuice cartoon when I was in high school. I dug it. It was fun, but like, it's not it. It was goofy. It came off more goofy than creepy funny, I guess. Beetlejuice didn't want anyone to work for him that could talk back. I mean, sure, but how are shrunken head boys, how is a fleet of shrunken head boys suicides in eternal servitude in the underworld? And how dare you make the front desk lady a fucking hot dog on a stick lady and give us nothing? Give us nothing. Like, no clue how hot dog on a stick lady dies. How dare you? Cheap. I care more about that than I cared about anything else. Like, do you need a snuggle, my boy? Are you all naked? Hi, Bubba. We got groomed yesterday, first thing in the morning, so we're all naked and pretty now. You're always pretty, Bubba. It was all those different storylines that they were trying to follow that just... And, like, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil the movie. Go watch it. It just came out on video, but it's cute. There's like, some cutesy stuff to it. Okay, the most annoying thing, though. It's not a spoiler. But you know, in Beetlejuice, the original Beetlejuice, the song is Deo, right? Deo. That's the song. In this one, for some fucking reason... Tim Burton or Danny Elfman or somebody was like, let's take notoriously the weirdest, worst song from the last 40 years and let's put it in the movie 5 times. All sung by different people at different time signatures. MacArthur Park. And it's bad. Like, it's just not it. And I think it's a level of arrogance where the people making the movie were like, we're Tim Burton and Danny Elfman. We can do whatever we want. We made Deo a hit. We can make anything a hit. You didn't make Deo a hit. You can't make anything a hit. That wasn't it. Like, it just... What the fuck was that? What was that? It's in the opening credits, it's in the end credits, it's in the middle. It's all over the place. I just don't understand what the fuck that choice artistically was, I guess. We never have to watch it again. Bright side, and I could just watch Beetlejuice and enjoy it because it didn't ruin Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice is still perfect. Oh my, like, oh god, I want to talk about it, but spoilers. I really don't want to spoil anything for anybody. But like, what's the actress's name? That'll help me. Hold on. I can say the actress's name and not spoil anything. Beetle. I want to see the Beetlejuice 2 cast. Stop licking my hand, Bubba. I love you so much. Monica Bellucci. Monica Bellucci? Why? Was there literally any point to that at all? And how come she wasn't missing a finger? The ring! I got it right here. She meant nothing to me at all. Pulls a ring off of a finger. None. Yeah, literally about as much as the boy, just pointless. I mean, she's hot, but I felt like all those clips to her hovering around and being scary and sucking people was just pointless. I don't understand. Like, literally just walked away with all these questions. Like, what are you doing? It's like they tried to pull every fucking random reference from the first movie and tell the story of it or something, and it just didn't work. Oh my god. You know what, Jackie? That totally checks out. He shoehorns every girlfriend he's ever had into his movies. No shit. Like, Helena Bonham Carter, every movie she's been in is because she was married to him at the time. The chick that oh god, I can never remember her name, but if you've seen Sleepy Hollow, she plays Johnny Depp's mom, like in his flashbacks. That was Tim Burton's girlfriend at the time. He has a type. Pasty ass goth girls, which I'm fucking into. I'm here for that. But he literally shoehorns them into every movie he's ever into. And I'm like, this one really didn't make sense. I just don't. Why? What the fuck was the point? There was just no point there at all. I just have to come to the conclusion there was all just a bunch of Beetlejuice fanfic brought to the screen. Kind of. But not delivered well. I don't know. I was in the post-flu COVID booster coma when you guys watched that. Oh, no shit. That must have been a trip in itself. The biggest issue I had with the new Beetlejuice movie is that there were 4 plot lines. Exactly. Reasonable. That's exactly what I said. It felt like to me like 9 different plot lines going on, and none of them filtered into like a conclusion. Like, I'm going to be honest, I don't even remember how the movie ended. Nope. I have no idea how it ended. That's how much I've blacked out that movie. Like, it just went nowhere. Was there like 8 to 9? I thought I was exaggerating, but it really felt like too many. It's like every character was super important and had a super important backstory going on, but like none of them really mattered at all. I feel like fanfic would have been better, at least consistent with the lore. Yes, 100%. Or just make another animated film. On the one hand, Helena Bonham Carter. On the other hand, Mila Jovovich and Luke Besson gave us Multipass. I mean, I'm not against these pairings. Like, Helena Bonham Carter is a goddess. I worship her, and I would shoehorn her into everything ever. I'm a fan of Helena on the point where I don't think there's anything she couldn't do. Like, I like to watch her on Instagram just read poetry out loud. I love her. Yeah, in no way, shape, or form am I complaining. Like, he gets some good. This was probably the first where I was like, what the fuck is this bitch doing in the movie? And why? She's hot. That's about it. He's my doggo. He got groomed yesterday, so he has this cute little bandana. Oh my god, look how handsome you are, Bubba. You're all Halloween themed. Jenna Ortega was not needed, and I like her. Like, I'm a fan. We almost got to watch it the other night. I'm not kidding you. Knives Rolled, one of my movies I added to the list, but the wheel acted weird, so he was like, we're re-rolling. But we almost got a really good movie, and I just have to throw out the re-roll sucked. But we almost got it's like My Killer Babysitter or something like that, but it's fucking great, and Jenna Ortega's in it. she does a great job. But I think they shoehorned her in because they were trying to appeal to a younger audience as well as the older fans. Like, and that's where I think the movie lost itself, is it has no idea where it's going. It's either following a young girl in some stupid romance plot that doesn't make any sense, or it's following the adults and none of it really comes together at all. It just felt lost. Like, almost congested a little bit. I do them at the same time too. Then you just get it over with. Theory, I hope it went well. She couldn't survive a movie where Dip is in it with her. Who? Helena? I love Fight Club. Helena's so good in it. It's like a classic old favorite. That being said, oh my God, Jackie. Because this happened to me, I have to do it back. So Glut, we watched Fight Club, I think in movie night a while ago or something. I can't even remember. And Glut said, if this was made today, Tyler Durden would be cast as, what is that guy's name? Oh my God, that incel fucker. I just blanked on his name. Tate. Andrew Tate. And I got really mad because I love Fight Club. I've seen it a million times. And I think the reason I got really mad is because he's not wrong. Fuck. Just a hateful twat who thinks he's better than the world. I know. Hi, Bubba. You're a good boy. Are you going to fight your sister now? Okay, have a battle. I know. I love Casper. Casper's great. We should watch Casper. I think it's on the list. Arguably, the entire cast couldn't sing, but Helena can't. Wait, couldn't sing, but Helena can't. And didn't need to be in Sweeney Todd. I don't know why, but like the movie version of Sweeney Todd, I don't ever really think very much as a musical because I'm not a huge fan of the singing in it. Where I've seen it on stage and I love the theater production of Sweeney Todd. I have no talent at all and I'm nobody. This is no shade at all or judgment, but like Johnny Depp and Helena aren't it. They are not classically trained theater singers by any stretch of the word. You know? Alpha Bitch always demands the love after him. She's like, I have to feel important now. All sequels to 80s, 90s films feel the need to shoehorn the main character's kid in them, especially if their relationship needs to be repaired. I hate that shit. It's not relatable. It's boring. She's always under my desk. Omarid, always. So she's always there ready to nose up into my lap if she needs to. That's where she lives. He's like, if your incel Pokemon evolved. She's fine in it. I mean, like I said, I have no talent and I have nowhere. Helena did an exponentially better job than I could have done. She's still phenomenal. It's just like, if you've ever seen Sweeney Todd done by some true theater actors with really good singing voices, it's very different. It's just different. It has a different feel. I think it was Mike that said it, but like, once they said it, I couldn't get it out of my head. Like, Johnny Depp feels like he's singing in his cheeks like this the whole time. He's like swallowing all the words or chewing on them. He never opens his mouth. And you're just like, open your mouth! Open it! Fuck! And now I can't get that out of my, but I have seen it on stage. I've seen it actually sung by, really, really good professional theater actors. So, it's just comparison. You can't, but that's not fair. It's totally different. It's just different. That's all she wants to do. She wants the high ground. That's what she does. Just wants the high ground. Because then she can bite at him like this. She's a bitch. Oh my God. I don't think I told you guys this. So, when we went to pick him up at the groomers yesterday, the groomer said, because, you know, we always ask, like, how were they? Were they nightmares? Were they okay? And she straight up says, she's like, oh, they're fine. Lilith just acts like a woman on her period. I was like, she totally does, though. Yeah, you know you're pretty. I know. I was like, oh, Trick has a lot of things to say. Lil's gonna go teach him a lesson now. You get him, Bill. You teach him what's up. You fuck him up. You get him. Always bark a clock. But now this is playtime. That was like goading her. It's from small mouth syndrome. Is that a thing? Is it literally just small mouth? I mean, they both have you're not wrong. I think Tim Burton has a thing for a very particular face type. I just realized that, Alexis. Like real, and not a bad, like stunning face type. But if you think about it, he loves those big square jaws and tiny mouths. That's like his thing. Like I have no jaw. I'm very jealous of this, but people that have like that nice square, you know, that makes their face look chiseled and they just have beautiful bone structure, but then a very small mouth set in it, like almost, and then big fucking eyes. I think he's got a type. They're battling down there now. I can't pick a team. One of them will slit my throat. He kind of does it in his animation, exactly. Yeah, and I'm no shade. I am a huge, I mean, not Tim Burton personally himself as a human, but obviously I'm very into the subculture of the goth shit, and I love, you know, Nightmare Before Christmas and all that. Oh my god! One of them just slammed their body into my desk. You too. If you unplug something, we're gonna have a negative conversation here. So weird. They are. It's because of the groomer. They were yesterday too. They had so much energy. Do you think Deb Carter and Burton had three-ways? Picturing... Picturing Tim Burton naked, let alone making the sex or open mouth kissing, kind of makes my tummy turn. But I hope it happened. Yeah, I don't want. I'm good. He might look like Jack Skellington under there. I don't know. Well, and Dawn, I mean, right? Not sure if either of the guys could tolerate not. It would be the most wobbly H. Because both guys would be like, I wobble more! Yes. Just imagine, just picture all those tiny mouths doing stuff. I literally can't. I have a huge mouth. I am not Burton's type. Go vote! Go vote. Make sure you're registered. I got my ballot in the mail and I can vote in like 5 minutes. It's the best. Danny Elfman was doing autographs at the con. I didn't get one, but I was standing pretty close to him at one point. Very, very talented man. Very odd man. Very, very odd man. He's made some solo music, like, away from Tim Burton, and it kind of slaps, but it's fucking weird. Like, there's a dog hair on me somewhere. It's fucking weird. But kind of great. I don't know. Zelda got a birthday present that Gizmo ruined when she was in the garage with me, and she... Oh! Why is Gizmo such a bastard? The wobble is V2 of Mormon sex with a friend. Oh my god, the soaking. That's called soaking? I hope not, Knives, because at a certain point, if you're more focused on the... Like, say you're the person at the head end, and you're just trying to outdo the person at the ass end, what if you just choke that the person in the middle because you're not even paying attention to them anymore? I feel like it can be very dangerous. Danny Elfman is like a fucking animated character. Thank you for posting that, Glut. Make sure you vote, please. Don't Google wobble. I wouldn't. Delicia. So a wobbly H is when you have two people at either ends of a person in the middle, and they are most likely putting their penises into a mouth and a butt/vagina. And because, it's impossible to, like, thrust at the same time and at the same rhythm, and it ends up a wobbly H. And then if they high five, it becomes an Eiffel Tower. Not that I've ever done any of these things. I don't even open mouth kiss. We're virgins here. Question for a nurse. I mean, I know some nurses. So I'm not kidding you, Delicia. This is like a replay of our conversation earlier. A bunch of people in chat were like, that's called spit roasting, to which I responded, but a spit roast, in my experience, you have two pieces of stick and then the meat in the middle, and the meat is being spun over a fire so that all sides of the meat. So unless you are actively spinning me on these cocks, you best not be calling that a spit roast, because that's just fucking wrong, and wobbly H is better. But that's just, if you Google spit roast, the first thing that comes up, according to chat, is literally the definition of fucking people in the mouth and ass. Like, so, I don't know. Who am I? But in my experience, they spin. I mean, yes. Tech, the one where it's like his face. It's like a kaleidoscope of his face, right? But maybe, I think it might be like graphic. I haven't seen it in years. But if we're talking about the same one, yes. Like a Beyblade, exactly. Hot take, that's just an A. An actual Eiffel Tower would require some gymnastics and standing on people's shoulders. What? Doesn't the Eiffel Tower just have 4 base? You know what? I've never been to Paris. I don't fucking know. I disassociate all the time. I know, I feel like this is a joke. I mean, like, am I being tricked? I think disassociation is a part of survival. I don't know. That's a really tough question. I mean, arguably we all disassociate all the time. A lot of you are here hanging out with me in order to disassociate from something in your life that's probably not going great, and you just want to hang out and have a good time. Disassociation's really broad. I don't even know how to answer that. That's a tough one. That sounds about right. Was like effects happening to his face, or a digital version of his face, or something like that. Yeah, something weird like that. But the song was pretty decent. Oh my God. Or maybe you do want to let it. So if the person in the middle farts and burps at the same time on both dicks, is that just a demolition? Two people high-fiving on top of Wobble H. There's a platform right before the main tower. Wouldn't that be the person? Isn't the person the platform? I don't know. I've never been. I say good for you if you're having any sex at all. Consensual, obviously, and legal, but, like, good for you. I don't care what shape it's in or letter you're creating. I always called the spit roast position as on the rotisserie. Right? It's on the rotisserie, but only if you're rotisserie that person. Are you rotating them? If you are, I just want to see it. I fear for the person in the back end of the Wobble H, someone farts. Is it like Human Centipede? Where it's like a chain? No, that's not possible. A fart couldn't go up a dick, right? Has anybody had anal and had a fart go up their dick? This is a safe place, I'm genuinely asking. And did you have to dart it out? That's dick and fart put together. I did that just now. Cool. Just curious. Like, because, yeah. Nobody wants air up their dick. I don't want a pink eye. Oh, pink eye on the, don't do that. I was just curious. You never know. Oh my God, you got here on a nice day, sick. It has been rainy and gross the past couple days. And like in the 40s, no shit. Today's like 72 and beautiful. A fart up your dick feels like a Foley? Like a catheter? Well, that can't be good. What? Do you need snuggles or do you need your shit? What do you need? All the above. My perfect boy. You're so pretty. We can snuggle. Communicate what you need. Do you need to take a dump? Oh, that's the dump face. Do you need to take a shit? What's with this gray hair, bud? What's happening? You're all salt and pepper. I know. You want to go outside? You want to go outside and go potty? He just stares. That's his way of... He looks at me and then he looks at the door like... all forlorn and shit. Is that what you want to do? You want to snuggle? We can do whatever you want, bud. You're very cute. Nobody cares. Look at that poodle tail. Your little puffball, bud. You're adorable. You're very handsome and everybody thinks so. What do you want to do? What are you doing? Okay. That works. I know. Mother, I require of the shitting. Will you come with me? You gotta tighten your shit, bud. Do you want to go outside? I can't tell. I'm sure everybody would pee, though, if we go pee. They'll pee with us. Ugh. There we go. That's a little better. You're just so cute, bud. That's like an ass queef. If you're doing it right, some air will come out. Occupational hazard. I mean, 100%. That's what a queef is. Like, vaginas don't create air. That's air that's been pumped up there by a dick or something. Yeah, that's just natural. If you haven't queefed, you haven't done it right. Right, bud? I queef all the time. Bud makes sure to queef at least once a day. This is Atta Vista by Childish Gambino. It's on his new album, which apparently is his last album. You're very handsome, bud. You're just gonna hang out with us? That's okay. You're like a sausage. A very cute sausage, though. Oh my God, Zelda's the cutest thing ever, though. She looks at you the same way these guys do. Like, I swear to God, they're related. Well, see, Dawn, you would think that, but there's actually this crazy phenomena that can happen. I've read about it on Reddit, where girls will fart while they're sitting down with their legs crossed, and that fart bubble won't escape out the back of their cheeks. It will escape up the front and then literally slide up their puss. Or like slide out their puss lips. I've read stories, multiples, where this is like a thing. So like, I was just like, if there was enough force, assuming things are taut, some air might up there. When it rolls forward, that's a thing. I've read about it a million times. I know it's a thing. It's not just one person. Yeah, can confirm. Katie has had this happen many times. It's absolutely. So, like, air can go places it shouldn't go. Bubbles can go places. How was it? You okay? You didn't make me queef, so I don't think I want to see you again. Imagine that conversation. Close your ears. My innocent boy. You got a hair in my mouth, but it wasn't black. Now I'm curious where that came from. Where are you finding blondes? Oh, your sister. Gross. The rolling forward. Yep, it's the roll. Mm-hmm. Thick girls. It's thick thighs and shit, right? It's just facts. Read stories make me think there's a fart and pussy fetish fix. I'm trying to think of the subreddit. It's a subreddit where it's like, it's a joke subreddit. It's something along the lines of like, not like the other girls, but like a joke. Like, I'm not like the other girls. I lactate without having any kids. Or not like the other girls. The backs of my knees grow a lot of hair. Or not like the other girls. I shit 5 times a day. Or not like, one of those subreddits. Not like the other girls. My farts slide up the front and out my pussy. I like those ones because it's funny. They're funny. They make me laugh. But no shit, Kosh. Oh, God, this was when I was in college. There was a link on the front page of Reddit, and if you clicked on the link, it sent you to a web page that was just a white web page with a big red button in the middle. And every time you pressed the button or clicked the big red button, it would take you to a link that was a safe for work fetish. And they were all YouTube links, and it would be a random one. Every single time you press that button, it would open another link to something random. And I did it like 5 times before I got scared. And 2 of the most interesting I found, one was just feet on the gas pedals of cars. Just a foot pushing a gas pedal gets some people off, to each their own. And then one that was fascinating and dangerous and don't do this is people who are into airplay. Not this kind of airplay, though. This kind where they put a bike pump up their ass and they fill their stomach with so much air they look pregnant, and then they slowly push it out and fart for 15 minutes straight. You gotta wonder what happened there. Like what? What happened there? What happened there? But it's all like, you don't see the butthole or anything, so it's like safe for work. It's not. No one should do this. Do not be putting air in your ass. Period. End of story. Period. End of story. Yes. Oh, 100% cuteness. That's what I'm saying. Like, the likelihood of you rupturing something, doing something like this is so high. And as I've said and will say for the rest of my life, you get one butthole. And after that, you get a smelly bag that hangs off your side the rest of your life. Pros and cons. Pros, you never have to take a shit again. And if you end up in prison, you can make big money by letting people fuck that hole because it's not gay. Cons, you never get to take a shit again. And people want to fuck the hole in your side for money. Stop it. Fucking stop. Use lube. Be careful. Hi, little sister. How are you? Blowing smoke up your ass to a whole new level. Oh my God. Can you imagine? If they stop it. Don't give people ideas. Oh my God. Oh my God. Kink was a mistake. It wasn't. Man, I honestly wish more people would find and embrace kink because I feel like we'd have less sexual assaults and less like rape and horrible things if people just like got over their shame of wanting to fuck a torso. Like, you can go get a torso on Amazon to fuck. You don't have to cut up a person and fuck that torso. You know? Oh, Will, it's totally real. We used to get, and the reason I know is we would get the patients from the prison in the ER with a swollen, infected, fucking oozing stoma. And they'd straight up tell us, they're like, it's the biggest money. Because it's not a gay hole to fuck. Heavy fucking air quotes for those just listening. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I saw it more than I can count. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the biggest money. Because it's this hole, that's a gay hole. But this hole, not a gay hole. That's literally where it gets down to. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. Sounds like they need a coconut. I wonder if you can get one in jail. Oh, I was not kidding. Mm-mm. Oh, no. I wish the majority of what I said out loud was a joke. It's not. It's not. I'm not. Oh, my God. My mom. Was it Sarah? Did you text her? Or did mom? Me and my mom and my sister have a group text. And, like, amongst medical professionals, it's a constant joke about what we're going to find in people's assholes this Christmas. But no shits. Sarah sent it to me and my mom. So an ad for this Christmas decoration just popped up on my Facebook. And I don't even know if it'll show up. You can see it. It's a fucking glass blown Christmas tree with a flared base. And the top comment screams preemptively an ER nurse. We will find that in butts. That's just... I just noticed the caption for the actual product. Target has all your home needs with threshold. Break the threshold. Don't do that. Real talk. You've got a good 3 to 7 inches to work with in terms of what you can put up your butt before you are no longer captain of this ship. You've got your anus, and then you've got your sigmoid colon, and then you've got a sphincter. And if anything goes beyond that sphincter, you are no longer in control of that item. This is the bottom of your butt. This is what you got to fuck. If it goes past there, you get to come visit me in the ER, and you don't want that, because then you become a story on the internet. Nobody wants this. Stop that. Stop that. With tasty holes. Oh my God, my dudes. I don't even know how this came up, but I think I was just bitching at Knives, or maybe it was in movie night or something, about how everything is fucking pumpkin spiced right now. Everything. And I don't understand it. I don't like pumpkin spice lattes. I don't understand the pumpkin spice thing. I like a pumpkin pie, but like, I don't get it. The obsession. And I went to Michael's, and I'm not kidding you, they had pens that were pumpkin spice, quote unquote, flavored, smellered, whatever. And they smelled like chemicals, and a bakery exploded in your face. It was so bad. And so then I was like, you know what? I kind of want to I'm going to challenge myself and Google what's the weirdest pumpkin spice flavored things I could find. First thing that came up, what was the name of it? Knives, do you remember the brand name? Because I sent it to Knives. I was like, oh my God. They have a body scrub specifically meant just for your butthole. It straight up says it's a body scrub for your butthole that is pumpkin spice flavored and will make your butthole taste like pumpkin spice. Tasty Hole. It was literally called Tasty Hole. The brand was called Tasty Hole. So if any of you out there really love pumpkin spice and your asshole and you would like both to come together, Tasty Hole is there for you, not an ad. That was one of the strangest. They have pumpkin spice glitter. They have everything. Anything you can think of is pumpkin spice. It is pretty fucking gnarly. Just why? You don't scrub inside your butthole. That was honestly one of the most alarming things to me is someone out there is grabbing a fistful of sugar scrub and fingering it up their asshole. I'm sorry. If you and your partner are into eating ass and your partner is complaining about the flavor of your ass, it's either an unclean ass or your partner doesn't like eating ass. I'm sorry the music paused in that exact moment. That was really a lot more epic than I wanted it to be. But do you know what I'm saying? For the mercy of all things unholy, do not put sugar scrub up your butthole. If you want to know what it would feel like, just raw dog some fucking Captain Crunch for an hour in your mouth, and that's what's going to happen inside your asshole, but with salt and sugar. Why would you do that? Wash your ass. That's what I'm saying. Either you have an unhygienic ass or your partner doesn't like eating ass. One thing you can fix, one thing you cannot. Your ass doesn't need to taste like pie or have sugar in it. What's happening? If it tasted like pumpkin spice, I'd be more concerned. Maybe they're just getting ahead of needing bathroom spray after the... Can you imagine shitting large crystals of sugar out your smooth inner intestine? I don't care. How would that ad go? Did I say 2? Better make it 3. Oh! That'd just be it. Tasty Hole. I don't know. I don't type. Fuck. Yeah, I wouldn't. Mm-mm. Who needs poopery when your shit already smells like fall and blood? Honey, I have a new ass flavor today. The inside of your butthole is exactly like the inside of your cheek. It's the exact same tissue. So, like, imagine sugar scrubbing the inside of your cheeks, and that's what it's gonna do to your butthole. What are you doing? Why? Stop that. No. Seems like Tyler the Creator's dropping a new album soon. He's dropping short videos, I think, daily, and I'm here for it. Daily? Nice. Mango zest? Stop it. They want you to put lemon up your butthole. Oh, this has to be a fet. Is this a thing for pain? Booty bumps for the sober. We're like so classy. You know what, Ike Wolf? This isn't something you should be able to relate to. This is how Ike starts his message. Speaking of shitting out large crystals. Oh. Speaking of shitting out large crystals, there's another weird fetish I've heard called object vor, where people swallow objects whole and poop them out later. That's the weirdest tasty hole flavor. Ass. Ass flavored hole. That would be the weirdest. Because what's the fucking point? So do they just eat something whole and then they sit around and wait to poop it out and just get excited? You know what? I don't need to know. Maybe those pooped out crystals have healing powers. Kind of like that coffee that people love to drink that's shit out by a cat. Isn't there some coffee that's like, they torture cats to get it out of their shit? It's disgusting. It's the most expensive coffee in the world and it's literally a product of torture. It's pretty gross. I had to mute my mic when the dude talking about the subject vor in voice chat came in because I was laughing so hard about it. Yeah. I don't think I've ever run into that. I run into a lot of people who put things up their ass, but I don't know if I don't know. Maybe they had, and I was just there for the extraction, but I don't know if I've ever had anybody that swallowed it and it went all the way. Ovipositors, we've talked about those, Alexis. There's ovipositors all over the place. Like, I think Bad Dragon has them, but I know there's a lot of different dildo manufacturers or whatever, where the dildo itself will, like, squeeze an egg in you or whatever. To each their own. To each their own. To each their own. We don't kink shame, but, like, they're out there. Don't put foreign shit in your body when you can very easily anonymously get some sex toys on Amazon. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't want to see you in my ER with some fucked up shit in your ass when it's so... I mean, 9 times out of 10, the thing stuck in your ass is more expensive than if you would have bought the dildo version. So I just am like, what the fuck is happening? I don't know. The Civet cat poop coffee. Yeah, that shit. I'm not kidding you. It's so fucking gross. But oh my God. Sarah, do you remember that? This is a story from my mom. No shit. Like, every patient is... I accidentally fell on it and that's why it stuck inside of me. That's the story across the board. But no shit, when we were children, it was like a daily occurrence. My mom coming home from work at like 7 o'clock, literally coming off a 12-hour shift and then cooking everyone dinner because we were selfish monsters and had no idea what it was like to be a human. And she would cook us dinner and we'd all sit around the dinner table. My mom's still in her scrubs and she would tell us stories from the ER. And I'm not shitting you, I've never forgot this because she had a patient in the ER who had a gray poupon jar stuck in their asshole. And they claimed they were getting out of the shower and slipped and fell on it. And because everything was so wet, that's how it got up there. This was like when I was a kid, man. These stories never stop. They're still happening today. Like, there ain't no fucking instance in the world where someone is accidentally slipping and falling on a Grey Poupon. That is a short tuna can of a jar, my dudes. Like the short, fancy mustard glass jar. Yes, like, do you have any Grey Poupon? Yes. And why do you have, I mean, that was my number one question. Why is Grey Poupon in the bathroom? Why is it on the floor where you can slip and fall on it? There's like mustard scrub, my guy. You know, honestly, like, in the ER, for the most part, if we can assess the situation and we know how to fix the situation, we don't really need to know why it happened or how it happened. The only reason we need that information is if we haven't quite got to the conclusion yet and we need more information to build a conclusion. Like, I've told you guys about a patient I had in the ER one time who was in full arrest, vomiting profusely, aspirating their own vomit, and they were like 20 years old. And we're like, what the fuck is going on? This is a young, healthy kid who is just like, I mean, dead. Like, we were coding them. They lived. Don't worry, I don't tell stories about people that died because they're not here to laugh with us. But after, like, we'd been with this patient for like 10 minutes coding them and trying to get them better and scooping vomit out of their mouth so we can fucking intubate them and shit, the parents come into the doorway and I hear this conversation verbatim. It was his birthday. We took him to Red Lobster. He's allergic to fish, but all he had was shrimp. There should be a test to have children. I just don't know what to do. Like, it's a miracle this child made it to 20. Yeah, that's not, he almost died. Like, that was very serious. He was in full fucking anaphylactic shutdown of his throat, vomiting, and then inhaling that vomit. It was horrid. Horrid, not a light moment at all. And you just look at these people, or like, I've had people come in and straight up get mad at me and request a new respiratory therapist because I'm reading through their chart and they're pregnant and I'm like, okay, I can't give you this med, this med, and this med because we tested you and you're pregnant. I can't be pregnant. I was on top and gravity works. Like from a 30-something-year-old woman. And I'm just like, this is not what I signed up to do today, but I guess we're doing anatomy lessons. Holy fucking shit. And then they get really mad at you because you taught them about anatomy and they're like, well, why weren't you there when I was fucking? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. You didn't invite me. I can't hold your hand through life. What do we do? Like, these are people out there breeding. And the children were left behind. The children were left behind. Oh my God. Oh, Alexis, I've had many, many patients who are they're not as uneducated as to think being on top means you're not going to get pregnant, but they straight up told me, I squat and coughed. I squat and coughed and a wad fell out of my pussy. There's no way I'm pregnant. And I'm just like, okay. This poor baby. I don't know what to do right now. Like, I don't. Okay. I know. How dare you not invite me to every sexual encounter? And now you're pregnant. God damn it. Like, what do I do? I mean, you cannot assume intelligence. You never know where people came from and what kind of, like, situation they came from or if they even had any form of education or anything like that. Like, I don't judge. When that happens, I straight up just educate. Like, I'm not insulting about it. I'm like, all right, let's talk about women's anatomy. Let's talk about sperm. Let's talk about, reproduction. I don't shame people. Like, you don't help anybody by laughing at someone about this kind of shit because they've now created a life. Like, you now have a human being in your office who has life in them. Best case scenario is they pass on the education you pass on. Like, what do you do? It's crazy. Cheers. I remembered the strain today. It's right there. It is blueberry scone. Oh my God, did she do it? Blueberry scone, and no shit, Cinemus, I think that the strain I grew in my yard is this, because I was grinding it up before stream today, and I swear to you, it smells exactly like my weed. The weed that I grew. Like, almost identical. It's got this almost like popcorn smell to it. which I don't like. Buttery? You will know if you're a pregante by the farts coming out of your penis. You know, Rod, there's actually a study pertaining to that. I can't remember which university is doing it, but there's a study pertaining to how humans, we have essentially halted our own evolution with our advancements in healthcare and in vitro and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we can take the weakest of our species if you have enough money and we can make you procreate, which, like, you do you, boo-boo, you deserve to have a child. But, like, looking at it genetics-wise, we're essentially helping people make weak children, like, more genetically weaker and weaker and weaker. There's a big study about it right now. It's pretty fucking phenomenal. Cheers. It does. That being said, if you want to have a baby and you can't naturally have a baby with your partner, I am in no way not saying go get your fucking help. What is it? It's not in it's what's the when they take your egg and they do the fertilization and then they put it in you? I'm just blanking on the word. That is one of the most amazing things we've ever done. Like, I think every in vitro, is it in vitro? IVF, in vitro fertilization. Thank you. I think that's one of the most amazing things we've ever done. And if you want to have a kid and you are like, I think you deserve to have a child. I wish I could give my fertile parts to someone who wants children because I have parts that work and I don't want to use them. No way am I saying that at all, but it is something. I mean, it is something. While it's still legal, haha! We're all laughing. My anus ejaculated. Am I pregnant now? Has your H wobbled? Wait, I sort of found out the strains of weed. Hold on. The strains of weed my BIL gave me, one's Gorilla Glue, the other's Fire something. Fucking potheads, no shit. Where the fuck did Gorilla Glue come from? Absolutely, do in vitro, but if you do it 10 times and spend the equivalent of $200K on trying to have your own blood kid and refuse to adopt, that's when I have a problem. I just want to know what's up there. Like, I don't feel like I have any right to judge someone's choices or, like, what they're doing, but that $200,000 could have been the education of an adopted child. That could have been a college fund. And there's, like, again, this is just me speaking out my butt, but how can you claim to love children or people if you're willing to spend $200,000 to make your own child when there's, like, millions of children who need parents? I don't know. Like, why is it? I just wonder, like, where's the psychosis when it's like, no, it has to be mine. It has to come out of my pussy. I'm like, why? A child is a child is a child. If you love children, you love children. Give one a home. Fuck, there's a lot of kids who need homes. But I don't know. I don't want any kind of kid. Like, man, I got my fur babies and I'm good to go. It has to be yours. Yeah, you gotta wonder. If you take the egg out and stir it all about and put the egg back in, you shake it again. That's what it's all about. Bum, bum. Like, damn, when you explain it like that, it makes sense. But it's wild that as a species, we've halted a multi-million year natural, otherwise nearly unstoppable process. We've kind of almost put it in reverse, actually. It's pretty crazy. And what's crazy about it is that it's facilitated by money. That's it. So, like, I'm sure you've seen the case and instance where it's like you see a couple of undereducated, maybe a little redneck in a trailer park who have 7 kids, and then billionaires can't have any kids, and they go to in vitro and do that a million times over and try to get babies. It all comes down to, like, this crazy financial point is driving the de-evolution of our species. Which is wild, because, like, truly, if you think about it medically, like, if you can't naturally get pregnant, there's something going on there. What is it? Is it even safe for you to carry a child? Should you carry a child? Will your child be okay? Are you putting your child at a disadvantage? Is this going to shorten your lifespan? Something natural is saying you shouldn't carry a child, but we've gotten to the point in science where we can force your body to carry a child. And I wonder, like, are we doing that child a disservice? Like, are we, I don't know, though. I don't know. Are we killing people because we're letting, like, I don't know, but it's such a touchy subject when it comes to kids. Whereas if you talk about it in terms of, like, let's say plastic surgery, someone spending millions of dollars on cutting their body up and stuff like that, people are allowed to judge that all day. I don't know. I don't want to judge anybody at all. But we have done something in society where, like, basically the rich get to go on and survive and procreate and live healthy, extended lives, and the poor do not, as opposed to it used to be like the genetically superior, the ones that could defeat disease and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's a lot of words. You know what I'm saying? It's fascinating to me just to read about. The adoption stuff is very weird. Most of it has to do with racism, but I can't remember specifics. Ew. I cannot have children, so I married a single mom who has 4 kids already. Fuck yeah. And now you got 4 kids, and I bet you love them. There's no warranty. Oh my God. If you've overtrimmed, I think your genes are... At this point, I mean at any point, but wow, at this point. Also, not wanting to pass on your genes is fine on a personal level, but telling other people they have inferior genes and shouldn't breed is eugenics. That's 100% eugenics. Yeah, I think all of breeding or having children, that is such a personal decision. I don't think anyone should really have a right to speak on that other than the person having the child. Like, the person pregnant. Period. Really, it's such a fucking personal thing. Like, human evolution will kickstart again when we're living on different planets. After a few generations, there won't be terrain. I mean, it kind of kickstarted, honestly, like, this actual study that I'm talking about, it's been going on for, like, 16 years now, I want to say. And it kind of had to go, it almost got thrown away when COVID hit, because COVID kind of wiped out a large portion of our population, and a large portion of those people wouldn't have died if they would have just got a vaccination, or if they would have just worn a mask, or just washed their hands, etc., etc. It almost, like, you know how they have, like, if you picture, like, a dot graph with all the dots, fucking COVID years became outliers as fuck, because rich didn't matter. If the virus got you, it fucking got you. It doesn't matter what level of income you have in the hospital, everyone gets the same ventilator, everyone gets the same RT. Period. So once you got it, you died. Like, it was horrid. You all know, you were there. We survived. Because we washed our fucking hands. What a concept! And now 3 grandkids that claim you forever and ever and ever, and I bet they're the best. Kids make things fun. Make things fun. I have designer jeans. Oh, you do, though. You have a jeans thing. People always get weird when I say I don't want kids, then get even more uncomfortable when I explain because they don't understand. I've gotten to that age where people just assume I'm infertile or something's wrong with me. Like, I feel like late 30s, you're unmarried and you don't have kids. People are like, something happened. They just stopped asking. It's just like, either her shit doesn't work or her shit don't work. One of the two. Which I'm fine with. People can assume what they want. The whole convo got taken over at one point by racist eugenics. So yeah, it's hard to talk about kids and pass on genes, etc. without seeming like one of those. 100%. And that's what I'm saying. Like, no one has any right to have, like, a dictation on people having kids and stuff. Like, kids, that is such a touchy subject. I don't believe eugenics is gross and disgusting. There's no not believing in it. It's not a thing. It's gross. I'm riddled with broken organs and generational mental health problems. Why the fuck do I think I want more people in the world with that? I kind of feel the same. I can't imagine if I had a daughter. Because at the age I'm at right now, I know exactly what she would go through. She'd go through a fucking carbon copy of what I went through. She'd get called some nickname that equated to fat. She'd be tall. She wouldn't fit the world. She'd probably be weird. Like, and there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about that for your kid. Like, if your kid is like me, they're going to be weird for the rest of their life. I still pick up bugs. And as much as I have a good time sometimes, I would never want to put another human through that. Ever. It feels like a crime. Honestly. If someone was like, hey, would you put a kid through what you went through? I don't know. It was a lot. Probably not. Oh, you're queer? I don't think there's anything wrong with queer couples or any gender wanting children. Yes, adoption is absolutely an option that should be considered, but if your opinion is they should only adopt, especially when there are people who want to prevent queer couples from adopting, it's kind of shitty. It is gross. It is. I'm only in my 30s and just got out of a shit relationship I was in for 14 years. No kids yet. At this point, if it happens, it happens. I feel that. Yeah, I never wanted kids. Like, I've never had that. Even when I was a kid, I never wanted kids. And it still hasn't, like, I have no biological clock kicking in that's like, what if you don't do it? I literally just live in existential fear of it happening. Like, that would just ruin my life. Like, I'm a kid. I can barely fucking get myself to function as normal. I can't even fathom being in charge of another human being. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting kids and nothing wrong with not wanting kids. Yeah. I finally got that you going to regret not having kids in my late 40s. I don't want kids male. You got it? Someone said that to you? That's so rude. It's my boy. They just got groomed yesterday. He just got groomed, so he's all naked and pretty. You look so handsome, bud. I know. You want to go outside? We should take a break. Don't get me wrong, I want kids, but if it doesn't happen, I'll just adopt or whatever when I'm settled. 100%. Yeah, you don't need, I mean, in this day and age, I don't think having a partner is or having a husband or a wife or whatever should be a necessary for adopting a child. How about the one where they ask, are you married or have kids? And you say, not married or have kids. And they look at you like a wounded animal as if someone hurt you, preventing you from finding someone ready to marry and breed with. Like you can pick them up on aisle 7 or something. Literally that. I get that constantly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, do you have kids? Oh, you're not married? And then you get this look like they are now computing what is wrong with you without asking. Like they feel awkward. They don't know how to ask. But it's it's still kind of a new concept to come across someone in their late 30s and 40s that's unmarried and has no kids. That's still pretty uncommon. You don't find that a lot. Most people get married for tax reasons or because they have kids or some other reason, you know? So I understand. Honestly, I don't care what they think. So I just am like, whatever, think what you want. I'll come up with a fun story if you want me to. A python crawled up my vagina and ate my uterus. And ovaries. It was metal as fuck. You wanna go outside? All right. Let's take our first break of the day. Quick break. Stand up, stretch your legs. All of those things. Wait, no. One of my friends said this to me. Wow, so you're 33, you don't have kids, and you aren't married? I told her, yep,
No.
And she responded, that's kind of sad.
I'm going to fuck you with Satan's cock.
Wow, kids are brutal. Like, thank you, small fetus being, for reminding me that I will die alone. She's 10, don't worry, she'll get her period soon. Karma's coming for her. I'll be right back. I was gonna say I had an experience. By the way, McTaggart, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive and giving any swings for a fucking year.
Thank you, and hail the dankest of lords, you generous fuck. I appreciate you.
Your story reminds me of the first time I ever met Scott's children. His daughter, she was real young and just this tiny, scrawny thing. And she walks up to me right at the door and goes, I know you're old because you have big, thick thighs like my mom. Or big, fat thighs like my mom. Big, fat legs, that's what it was. Big, fat legs like my mom. I was like,
no.
That's not what I said.
Fuck you with Satan's cock.
Segmoid Drill, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive and giving any swings for 51 months. It's a long
freaking time. Hail the dankest of lords, and I appreciate you. I know.
Oh, Sarah, my hair grows so fast. It is wild. I know. Look at that. This is like, so no shit. A couple people in our community are hairdressers. And I straight up asked them because I got it done in July. That's when Vissy chopped it up and dyed it. And by the time Burning Man hit, I already had like, oh, thank you. By the time Burning Man hit and I was going to get those braids, I already had like an inch of grow out. And I was like, how many inches is hair supposed to grow a year? Apparently mine grows insanely fast. Like faster than a normal person's hair. Because it is. It's crazy. And all the color's gone. I've even, like, this stays. This color, amazing. The other side, The pink, I know, and Sarah, I've abused it. Like, I have not been taking cold showers, but look at the other side. This side won't hold a color for the life of me. Like, I just don't. It's like dirty dishwater gray. I've re-dyed it. I just don't understand. This side won't hold anything. This side, like, I've been taking like baths with Epsom salt and soaking my hair in it. That should be killing the dye. Like, I don't do it on purpose. I'm doing it because my muscles are sore. But like, the pink has truly outlasted everything. It's phenomenal. I know. It's I'm trying to think of the brand. Vissy got it. She got it from a friend of hers, and it was like one of those brands that you have to be a hairdresser to get. I can't remember what it is, but it's one of those where you have to like have a cosmetology license to go to the stores. Joico, maybe? I heard THC makes nails and hair grow faster. I don't know if it's true. I don't know. I mean, smoking weed can increase circulation to the surface of your skin, which could increase the veracity of growth, I would assume, because increased circulation. Maybe? My nails and hair grow really long, like my whole life. They have grown really fast. But I also have been smoking pot for a really long time, so I don't know. Cheers. I don't know. Yeah, the pink is, I mean, it lasted all the Son of Burning Man and multiple baths, but that other side just won't hold anything. What up, Chief? How are you? I hope your, what is today? Tuesday is going well? Dude, I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you. I'm trying to grow my hair out again because I need to be able to put it up in a bun. I feel like it's the lamest thing in the entire world. I love my hair short, but it's higher maintenance. Like, and I don't like doing my hair. I don't want to do my hair. Whereas if it's long enough to put in a bun, I can literally sleep in a bun and take it down in the morning and it looks perfect. I'm really lucky that way. I just got like that hair. And I miss that because this shit is high. It is. Cheers. We know the rule. Jackie, same. Like, I can get it half up now. But when I can't get it up, I feel like it's in my eyes all the time. And it's like, I don't know. I just want it out of my eyes all the time. Like, I hate my hair in my face. Ooh, on cleanup time? Nice. Cheers. Dude, I do that same shit too. I feel like I can't sit and game for more than like an hour at a time, and I have to get up and move. Like, it physically starts to make me tired. I have weed on my lip. I start to get, like, just from sitting still and, like, doing nothing, I start to get really, like, lethargic and sleepy, and I feel like I have to get up and do something, and so I'll get up and, like, sweep the floors or fold laundry, and then after that, I'm better. Oh, Viada, I'm so jealous. Mine is not near that yet. What up, Staples? I hope you're doing well. Wait, you stand by gaming. I stand and gaming? Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh my god. I forgot I put that alert in there. Najio, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Aldario. Aldario, use about Wizards of the highest order, go forth and be consensual in all the ways. Because nothing in this world is sexy than pure sober consent, and I fucking appreciate you. I know, that got me. I forgot about the fucking cat sound. I stand in game. Dude, the amount of times I've caught myself standing through the entirety of movie night is really weird. I don't do it on purpose. I just, like, come over real quick, get on Discord, you know, type hi, whatever, And then I like look at my desk and I start like kind of cleaning it, usually from the day of streaming or whatever. And I start thinking like what kind of craft or what do I want to do while I'm sitting here watching movies. And all of a sudden we've watched all the movies and I have literally just like, I'm just standing at my desk like this the whole time in this exact pose. I don't even realize I'm doing it. And then suddenly it's 8:30 and movie night's over. I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? I just stood there, stared at a screen. Same. You break it up. No shit. Do you ever find yourself like, even if it's a monotonous activity, you find yourself looking forward to it because it's just a change in pace? I do that with cleaning stuff. Like I'll go back and forth between laundry and something else or dishes and whatever. Because like I'll start to look forward to doing laundry because I'm so tired of doing dishes already and it's only been like 5 minutes, but it's the repetitive monotony of it, 100%. Yeah, I totally get that. That's it, Alexis, and that's a big part of it. That being said, like I feel like I'm the talking constantly and I'm very animated and stuff. Stream does not feel the same way as just sitting. This doesn't feel like torture to me. Whereas like most other activities where I'm forced to sit and just I go crazy. That's why during movie night I take notes. Like I sit here and I write about the movies as we watch. You can't even see what I'm showing you because it's so fucking bright in here. But I take a shit ton of notes on the movies we're watching and I write about them because it just keeps my brain going. I don't know what else to do. I'm literally physically incapable of just sitting without going to sleep. That's the problem. I just go to sleep like immediately. Cars. Oh my God. If I'm not driving, I'm so bad at going to sleep in cars. I just get way too comfortable. A standing desk would be amazing. It's just, I've never found one big enough for all my monitors. 100% Rod. That's that exact, like, I'd get stuck like that and I don't even realize it. I'll do it in the kitchen sometimes. I'll just be standing and I'll lean against a counter and look at my phone real quick and all of a sudden an hour's gone by and I'm just standing. It's just that I'm doing all the same things people do sitting. Same, I carry my iPad around the house a lot. Same. It's the only way. No shit, sick? Are you excited though? I have to stand up because I have back issues. Oh, bulging disc. Do you still have that? Oh my God. I think Glut gifted me that Rocky Horror game. Oh my God. Hold on. My Steam was acting weird last night and I got a notification and then it just disappeared. Glut gifted me a fucking game the other day. What? Oh, why is Steam like this? Glut gifted me a game and I have to look. I have to restart Steam because it's stupid and it doesn't update sometimes for some reason. I play games while I watch movies a lot. Oh, 100. I listen to true crime. Like, I play games and listen to true crime. Did it at work all the time, home too. Don't need hangovers, sink while they're soaking. Sit and do something else. Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah. I'm going back to a desk soon. Oh, are you really? Are you excited? Me, Bezabelli. Take a seat. Take your jacket off. Make yourself at home. And I'm like, but if I sit down, I'm going to go to sleep. Seriously, like, I'm either doing or sleeping. Are you loving it? Yay! Oh, I'm excited. I know, it's no more demo days, thank fuck. The internet has nothing to do with my Steam, though. Steam, for some reason, it just, I have to tax manager, close the program, and reopen it, and then it'll be like, oh, here's some notifications. It's very annoying. I don't know why. It does that to me. Oh, really? I mean, then it'll probably be kind of nice to have a difference. I have to covet a chair from my work office. The standing desk is like 3 feet deep. Oh, fuck that. I gotta do dishes, not many, but I know my kitchen would get deep clean too. That's what I do. Same. Not hoe factions. That's how I end up, like, I feel like most cleaning turns into that kind of thing where it's like, I'll start vacuuming And then because I'm down on the ground vacuuming, I'll see the baseboards and I'm like, I need to clean the baseboards. The baseboards look disgusting. And then while I'm cleaning the baseboards, I'll see like little mud flecks on the walls where the dogs have like splattered mud some mystical way. And I'll start noticing that there. Now it shows up because I crashed the game. Yeah, Glut gifted me the Rocky Horror video game. I knew it. I knew I had a fucking email about it. It was just Steam was being a dick. We've been waiting for this to come out. I'm so excited. It looks ridiculous, but in the best way possible. I think, I was trying to think, 3 feet deep sounded really deep, but I think mine is 3 feet deep. But mine's like a table. It's literally an old IKEA table. But I'd say, or like 2.5. No, I think it's like 3 feet deep, actually. I thought that was a lot. Yeah, no, it's just me. It is nice to have that room for the monitors, though. Like, I still kind of... But I use my desk for everything. Like, I do all my crafting here and here, kind of, like, between these two desks a little bit. So I'm constantly, like, shoving everything back to the edge so I have more desk space that's not fucking keyboards. People will come over rarely, and eventually they're like, can we sit down? And I'm like, oh, yeah, sorry, that's normal for people. Have you heard of this thing? I saw... I've recently run into this, like, term on Instagram or whatever. It's called ghosting, but it's not ghosting like not texting someone back or ghosting someone that way. It is having someone around just to be this weird silent motivation. Or maybe it's called body doubling or something. I can't remember. There's some term for it. But it's kind of like this thing where like ADHD people are a lot more productive just because there's someone else in the room. They can't sit still. Is it body doubling? Is that what it is? It's fascinating. I've been doing it my whole life and I had no idea. None. But just like someone being there in the room, not interacting with you. They're not even part of the activity half the time. It's just them being there makes you really fucking... Because there's something about if someone is around, I can't sit. Like, I have a really hard time sitting still around other people. I feel like I need to be up and moving and like catering and making sure they're comfortable and doing... I don't know what to do sitting. Like, I start to tweak or shit. It's weird. And so I start to get, like, super productive. So, like, if I have company over, a friend comes over, I'll start to clean absentmindedly, not even realizing I'm doing it. It's an accountability buddy for your brain. It's like your brain is focused on that person in the room just enough that it's not scatterbrained about whatever the activity you're doing. It, like, separates your attention without separating it too much. It's really interesting. Companionable silence. It's similar to that. Very much so. But it's not necessarily someone that you, like... It can be anybody, really. I get shit accomplished way more if I'm alone, but I also tend to require a lot of personal space. I understand that 100%. I feel like I need both. A healthy dose of both. I'm more productive when wife is home. Makes her feel bad that she's relaxing and I'm picking up. I feeling called out. Isn't it hard explaining to them that that's not what it is? I feel like that's everybody around me. They're like, I feel like I should be helping. Give me a project. And I'm like, if I give you a project, what am I going to do? Zach and I had this conversation when we moved in together. He, like, I clean a lot. You guys know this. I've talked about this. I'm a little OCD about it, but whatever. I'm just more comfortable in an organized, clean environment. Fucking sue me. And... he asked me one time, he's like, does it bother you that I don't clean as often or as thorough as you do? And my brain's response was, no one does. But what I said out loud was, would it bother you if I cleaned over everything you did anyways? Because I just can't trust you did it right? And it's not personal. I wouldn't trust that anybody did it right. Like, I'm just going to go over it. So why would I give that project to someone else? Like, I'm going to do it. I want that. I want to do that. That's my project.
With Satan's cock.
I think I do that when I'm listening to someone all day on Twitch do podcast stories that I don't have to focus on very much, so I understand that. Palazzo, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings. I fucking appreciate you. That's a lot of months. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. It's just like wanting things to do. And so, like, it's this stupid thing with, I know it has to do with ADHD. I've read it too many times, but it's like, we thrive on routine, but despise routine at the same time, like loathe routine with all of our being. but we thrive in it, and it actually keeps us like happier. Like genuinely, you are happier if you have a routine, even though like coming up with it fucking sucks. I just wait. I just have all that stuff done already because it isn't done yet. What? But I mean, like if you're around someone who's gonna do it anyways, it's not that it looks dirty. It's just like now it's in my head that I need to clean the baseboards, so I'm gonna do it. Even if someone was like, I just did that, I'd be like, that's fine. Now it's double clean. Does that make sense? Like sometimes I just mop for fun. Because I just like the look of a mopped floor. Sometimes I vacuum for fun because vacuum lines in the carpet give me a fucking wetty. It's not because it's dirty, though. It's just... That's like my routine. Like take the dogs out after stream, vacuum, clean the floors, do the dishes, and I clean from like ground up. I don't know. It's like... Doesn't really matter, though. Oh, yeah. I understand what you're saying. Mop for fun, the ClassyKatie stories. I mean, come on. Is there anything better than walking around your house barefoot and just feeling clean floors? It's not that I enjoy cleaning. It's that I know my brain is existentially more at peace in a clean environment, if that makes sense. Like, and I know it's part of the fucking psychosis of whatever the goddamn is going on with my head, but like, if I'm walking down my hallway and I see a wood chip on the floor, I have to now clean it. Like, nothing in the world will take my brain away from that because that's out of place. That's not supposed to be there. Why is there wood on the floor? But because there's wood on the floor and I'm there anyways, it probably needs to be vacuumed. And then I just, like, scooch my feet around in my clean carpet and I'm like, yeah, neurodivergent as fuck, but it's clean. I don't know. It's the result of it, not the act of it. I don't enjoy that by any means. You guys really knocked my desk around, bud. I appreciate you. Same, Crispy, you understand. You know what's weird? I've seen memes multiple times now that say something along the lines of, are you a socks on all the time neurodivergent or are you a socks off neurodivergent? And can we all appreciate how much that made sense? Because, oh damn. That hit me hard. See, I'm normally a socks off, unless my dogs drag shit through the house all day, in which case I am a shoes on in the house because I cannot. I wouldn't be here if I walked around barefoot this morning and stepped on something. I would be in the shower like, what was it? Ew! It was on my foot and in my toes! Ah! I'd have a moment. So unless I have just vacuumed those carpets, I have house shoes. Because I can't. If something is, like, if I'm walking on the carpet and there's something that's not carpet that I step on, I'm suddenly, like, toe curl, like, the fuck is that? Ew. What's that? There's two types of neurodivergence, and we're all okay. We're all doing fine. That giant fucking jumping spider is on my ceiling again. I swear it only comes out while I'm streaming because I didn't see it the past 2 days. I'm just raw dogging that floor. Best bet 100%. That's these guys. I love my dogs more than reason, but they are the reason my floors are always filthy. Every time they go outside, their webbed fucking feet bring in dirt. Which is why I clean my floors every day. So I can have like a good 5 minutes of walking around barefoot, feeling like a normal person, and then I can't anymore, and then it's over with. But I try. I would have to, Knives. Really, like, house shoes or slippers, it's just a way of avoiding that all day. But I do have a beautiful moment in the evenings after I wash the floors where I walk around barefoot, and I'm like, this is the best ever. House Crocs and house shoes are a thing, man. They never go outside. They're just your clean shoes so you don't have to feel whatever's on the floor. I only ever wear shoes if I leave to go out in public. I even get dressed for walking around barefoot or gravel driveways. You know, you just made me realize I'm more barefoot outside than I am inside. Like, I'll take these shoes off to go outside barefoot because that's where dirt should be. Like, it doesn't bother me because that's where dirt should be. And rocks. Like, when I was a kid, my dad used to call me leather feet because I could run across that giant spiked gravel and not feel anything. But inside, it's like, that's not where it should be. And if I feel it, I feel gross. He's very clingy today. We've had snuggles all morning, and we just went outside. But yeah, I definitely like barefoot outside doesn't bother me. I'll do that more often than anything because that's where dirt should be. It's not supposed to be in here. What can I do for you today, bud? You're very cute. You can come hang out. But being right there, I'm going to elbow you in the face and I feel bad. Look at that gray stripe. What's happening here? Are you getting old? Come here. We can hang out, but you got to come up here to hang out. That's a good boy. Yeah, I raw dog nature. No shit. And seriously, it was easier running outside when you were barefoot. Like, it took time to put shoes on. Trick would snuggle all day. He's a very clingy boy, but like in the most benign way. He just wants to hang out. He's not like Lil where she needs to be pet the whole time. He would just sit. He's cool with just hanging out. He's very chill. Is it because you got groomed and you feel naked? I love that lip. What is that? What is that? I know. I feel like he feels naked now and he needs his snuggles because he's naked. He's at school without his homework and no pants. We think you're beautiful. You still have more hair than half of us. What you thinking about? Nothing? Nobody? Your mom? I know. Isn't that the cutest shit that our groomer has always done this? They usually just rip them off before you guys see them, but they always put like a holiday bandana on. So he's got skulls and bones, and Lil's is like purple, and I think it has like witches' brooms and witches' hats on it or something. It's just scrap material, but they always put the cutest little bandanas on him, I know. A furry enema? She is at my feet. She has like a bed of blankets and pillows she lays on like a fucking princess all day underneath me. She loves it down there. As kids, my brother and I ran around barefoot in the woods, never once got an injury. We learned to run almost silently. Same. I feel like I've hurt myself more wearing shoes, like running as an adult than I ever did. And not just because of age, but like literally. I feel like I have healthier feet as an adult because I ran around so much as a kid barefoot. Like, I have more developed, like, foot muscles and stuff. But we lived in the woods. Like, that was just... We lived on a beach. Running out in the woods was easy. I love it, Seatown. It's the dumbest, simplest little thing, but it's the cutest. And at Christmas, they got Christmas-themed ones. You're very handsome, bud. Thank you for hanging out with us. He feels exposed, vulnerable. He needs emotional support. I want someone who looks at me as I think about that sometimes. Like, the way he looks at me, he just will stare at me. Or sometimes, like, I'll be laying on the bed reading a book, and he'll come up on the bed with me and lay on a pillow and just do this and stare at my face. The whole time. Doesn't go to sleep, just... I'm like, what are you thinking? What are you thinking about? I don't know. No thoughts. Only love. I feel that. I walk outside barefoot constantly over the slate in part of our driveway and right over mulch on the garden. Same. Not even a factor. Don't even think about it. But if I'm walking inside and a rock gets between my toes or something, oh my god. That is just, oh, my toes are curling even thinking about it. And with them, it's inevitable. They have webbed feet because they're water dogs, so they drag in stuff. But that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind. You're too cute to care. He's got so much salt in his hair now. Salt and pepper. My boy. I used to do that, but still ended up hurting my feet. Even step. Oh, I definitely stepped on a nail once. You know, again, I hurt my feet with shoes because I feel like when I was barefoot, I'm just more cautious. And we were running in the woods and like on a beach and shit like that, like a lake beach. So it's not like there was any nails down there or anything. Worst case scenario, you'd run in a dead fish that washed up. That was pretty fucking gross. Um, but like I have stepped on a few nails, definitely with shoes on though. And then when I was in high school, I was walking around the track in the snow during PE and we were jumping in snow piles and I jumped in a snow pile and lo and behold, the bottom of the snow pile held like a movie version of a broken bottle, you know, where they like break the head off a bottle and it suddenly has a knife. That was under the snow and it went up through my shoe and through my foot. And I had to like gimp my ass into the gym. And my coach slash PE teacher slash history teacher looked at me and goes, Larson, you drinking on the field? I had a beer bottle stuck in my foot. I remember the toothpick. That was with a sock on though. That was barefoot. The toothpick, I found a toothpick on the floor and literally that all came back to me, Sarah. That like year of waiting for a toothpick to pus out of my foot. Gross. I love his salt and pepper. He's always had it. It's not a sign of age. He's always had it. He's always had his little milk chin. He's always had that little white strike on his chest, and he's always had some salt and pepper. He's like me. He did a perfect boy. You're careless in shoes. That's what I'm saying. I think I was more careful barefoot, but I remember running constantly through the woods, and I never fucked my feet up. This is like why I don't like the idea of swimming in lakes, because of the dead fish. They float to the shore. And it's people that do it. It's people who catch and release. Or people who the fish swallows the hook and they just cut the line and throw it in and say, oh, it'll be fine. No, it won't. It washes up on my beach and then my dog rolls in it. And then I pet them right before I go to school. And now my hands smell like rotten fish. Thank you so much. But it's always people. I don't think we ever, I mean, honestly, like, we lived in the middle of nowhere, so there really wasn't enough people for there to be, like, constant litter. There wasn't, it was fish. Like, every once in a while you'd find dead fish, or maybe some fishing line. I don't think any of us ever stepped on it, but I don't remember finding trash ever, and if we did, we just picked it up. That's just, our parents would do it, we would do it, just fucking pick up trash. But literally, like, the Columbia River of Eastern Washington is not a highly populated area. By any fucking means. Oh my god, Allie, that's stunning. That is, it looks like fire. That's so pretty. That's really, really pretty. It's more remote, yeah, like, I can understand in a, like, a populated area. When I say lake, it's so confusing, and I think it's called a lake because it does have a finite end, but, like, there's the Columbia River, which goes across many, many states, and it's huge. Everybody knows the Columbia River, the Columbia. And then the Columbia has these branch rivers that come off of it, and Lake Roosevelt is one of those. But it's a river itself. I mean, it's miles and miles long. Miles long. And it can be a mile at least. I mean, probably like a half mile wide at its peak. It's huge and very long. So it's more like it's more like moving water like an enormous river than like stagnant like a lake. It was very different. I think, but because it's like a branch of the Columbia and doesn't dump into the ocean at one point or something, it does have like a finite end, I guess. I think that's why it's a lake. It became a lake because of Cooley Dam. There you go. It's a reservoir, but part of the Columbia. There you go. Yeah, it's confusing. But when someone says lake, I think a round body of water, and that's not what it is by any means. I don't know what to do for you. You can snuggle us. I'm not abusing him. I swear to you. I don't know what to do. I don't know what he wants. I didn't push him off my lap. I know. Come here. You're so cute. What do you want? He just sits and stares at me. What are you doing, Bubba? Go that way. Go get him. You go get him. I don't know what he wants. I feel like I'm abusive, like ignoring him. I'm not. He can come hang, but he just sits there like I'm not doing. My bad. He's back. Now what? Should I make you a bed back there? I could give you a pillow. I'm gonna put a pillow behind me and see if that's what he wants, because I just want him to be comfortable. Here, bud. Got a pillow. We'll see. What up, Shireen? I hope you're doing well, honey bean. I think lakes have borders where rivers are constantly moving. Okay, yep. That was kind of my assumption, is that it comes to some fucking end or something. The naming convention for all damned rivers is lake because you can't navigate it anymore, I think. Oh, because it's not a navigatable river. Oh. I mean, that honestly checks out. I had no idea. Excuse me? When you catch your SO staring at you, just being you, maybe he's just watching you. I think he is. Sometimes he wants something. Sometimes he needs a snuggle. Now he's just eating. But like, there are some times I straight up am like, what? You're staring at me and I feel like I'm being neglectful by not doing something, but I have no idea what he wants. None? I think he just wants to be in my presence, though. I think he's just my boy. He's definitely a mama's boy. You should see the way it comes over to Zeke to whine when you leave the house for a second. Oh, it's horrible. I've heard it before. Like, you know, I've gone to my car or whatever and then forgot something inside and I can hear him at the door. He just gets so stressed out. It's so sad. And most of the time I bring them with me. Like, I have a Jeep that is like, I have this really cool like dog hammock in the back and everything. It's totally set up for them. But in the summertime, I cannot bring them with me. It is absolutely animal cruelty to leave a dog in your car in the summertime. Disgusting behavior. Don't ever do that. I would never. And those are the times when you'll see him show up in Zach's stream just like, I leave the house for 15 minutes, like to go to the post office or something. And it's just like, he thinks I've died. To him, I'm dead. Mom's not alive anymore. He does. He just wants to be around. He's not as needy as Bill, although she is laying on my feet right now. An alternate leaf doctor appointment today we went through, and he said he didn't see a reason why I wouldn't get my script, so he has done me both sativa and indica. 10 grams each to start me. Oh my God, I'm so excited for you. Oh my God, I'm so excited for you. Shall we cheers? Are we cheersing? David. You, David. Are we cheersing? You don't have yet. Okay, you have to let me know. We have to cheers. That's very exciting. Oh, you get your script within the next 7 to... I thought the dose was for the next 7 to 10 days. I'm like, that is so much weed. Like, especially in anywhere, in any other country. Like, I never thought they'd give you that much for only 7 days. Like, holy shit. That's like... I mean, that's borderline my levels of smoking pot. You know, like... And I'm under no disillusion. That's a lot. It's not as much as some of these bitches, though. Happy 420 and cheers. That big old jumping spider is back. And I promise you, it was not around yesterday at all. It's only out when I'm streaming, but it's so big. That's really good. 20 grams for a month? I think that's a pretty good amount, right? No shit, C-Town. It's like... I think it's a girl. But she's about this big. And it's so big that I'm like 12 feet away and I can see her very clearly just crawling across my ceiling. She lives somewhere in this room. I don't know where she lives. She's not mine. By any means. But she comes out and I'm fine with her because every once in a while, because of the food I feed my geckos, I get fruit flies. And she is decimating them. It's great. She can live. Vissy and Viata could easily, and I don't say this in an insulting way, they could easily smoke me under the table. Vissy can absolutely smoke me under the table. It is wild what them tiny lungs can accomplish. I nurse my bowls all day. So I'm conscious, and because I don't want to go poor, like buying weed all the time, like it is expensive. Would you like a snuggle? I see you. I see you there, my special boy. You're very cute. You can come up and hang out. Or you can sit and stare at me. Everybody likes to see you. But don't tell anyone I didn't offer. He's my boy. Isn't it weird when you get him groomed, you can see their eyes so much more? It's almost more heartbreaking because he just has, like, he has definition of puppy dog eyes. You're just the cutest boy. You're the cutest boy that ever did, boy. He melts me all the time. Zelda and Lilith, they've got human eyes. When they look at you, it feels like they're thinking. When he looks at you, it's just, oh, Bob. It's just dog eyes. You're so sweet. What do you want? An itch? What's she gonna do with all that skin? He is a sweetly patient dog. He's got the sweetest face. I just wish I knew what he wanted. Probably just to be outside. Oh, you want to snuggle now? We can snug. Hi, bub. Fucking raptors, no shit. Lil got me yesterday. I don't know if you can... I think she didn't break the skin. I had, like... It was like this. It was like Glasgow's smile, but it was just a welt. Just straight... Is that it? Did she cut me? Oh my god, she did. It's right there. Literally trying to fish hook me. She got them trimmed at the groomers yesterday. Thank God. Because those dumbass raptor arms have given me so many fucking scars. Oh my god, Ko got a puppy. Oh, I'm so happy. That poor family has just been through the ringer lately with their pets. I know. Isn't that bandana sweet? That's the groomers put that on them. Lil has one too. Every time they go to the groomers, they get some like seasonal bandana that's just the sweetest, cutest thing. Wake up in the morning and they're just staring at you and you go, clever girl, no shit. I'm not kidding you, Knives. 9 times out of 10, when my alarm goes off, Lil crawls up and puts her paws on my, like, right here and stares at me. And if I too excitedly move or stretch or grab my phone, she goes, just like this weird, like, panic arm thing. And I'm like, why? So I kind of have to, like, fucking, like, Duke protect myself first thing in the morning because she doesn't want to get out of bed. She tries to pin me down. You love to get up in the morning. You're, like, ready to go. You're like me. You're a Dutch little boy. His dog. Oh my god, it was terrible. Literally the first day of TwitchCon. And Ko has been open about this and talked about it, so it's not like I'm, like, divulging personal information or anything like that. But then first night of TwitchCon, his dog Booker just randomly went downhill real quick and died. So he actually ended up leaving TwitchCon early and going home to his family, rightfully so. Oh my god. Like, his wife was at home with all the 3 kids by herself. while this was happening, and then no shit, just like a week ago, his cat died. Kind of almost same, like just randomly just started going downhill really quick, and hug your babies. You're gonna stay alive forever, okay? Deal? Deal. We've made the promise. You're very handsome. Are you admiring yourself? Look at you, you sleek bitch. You're such a beautiful boy. Alright, are you just gonna sit and stare at me now? I don't know what to do for you, but we can hang out. The dog and the cat were probably thick as thieves. I think they were, like, kind of around the same age and a little old, but, like, not, you know. I mean, it's never old enough, really. Ever. Back from voting. Fuck yes, Robo. Thank you for voting. I had 2 dogs like that. One passed then, like, within 3 weeks. The other got super sick for literally no reason and then passed as well. Yep. That sounds about right. That's sad, though. I mean, Rod Hart. I would die for the poodle party. Is that a good spot, Bubba? Oh, yeah. That's the ear. You look crazy, bud. Is that a good spot? He's just pushing on my hand so hard. Oh. Knives, that's heartbreaking. Cheers, Robo. I have to clear my bowl, but then I'll pack a new one. You know, Allie, I've heard this from other people. Apparently, they have this weird thing called a lean. Like, poodles are known for a poodle lean, where they, like, push into you like a cat. Like, they oftentimes, when I'm petting them, they push their head against me like a cat, or they run their body against you like a cat. They're kind of like giant cats. It's odd. Oh, I mean, he's just a fucking nut, Omar. I guarantee this isn't the first crazy thing he's done, and it won't be the last. He's a fucking nutball with too much money, confidence. Yes, that's what these guys do. Thankfully, they're not as big. They're not as thick as a lab. Although, they can knock me down. You've done it when you catch me off guard. You're so cute. I know, he's just such a patient boy. I just want to do something for him. Lil's knocked. Cheers. This is Chapel Roan. Pink Pony is this? No, it's Good Luck Babe. She's got a cool style. I like it. My cat will do the same thing in his way to say, oh, pay attention to me. He also likes to plop right back. These guys. If I'm like standing in the kitchen cooking something, or literally if I'm just anywhere where I'm standing still and they can get to me, they will sit on my feet like Lilith is doing right now, or they will sit near me, or they'll lean on me. And it's like their way of keeping checks on you, I swear to God. This is a random list, though. Some of the weirdest shit's coming up. That's exactly, Rod, I swear to God, it's just a theory. Like, I don't know if that's a real thing. But I swear, anytime he gets, like, more than one day of undivided attention, he's like, no, that's life now. But when I'm not streaming, he doesn't do this. At all. Like, he only does this when I'm streaming. I don't know. Doing the patrol of the house. Oh my God. Our dogs do that. So, C-Town. I don't know if cat owners do the same thing, but I know dog owners do this. Like, we narrate our animals. You have to narrate your dogs. And I'm sure you've heard me narrate them. Like, Trick talks like this. He's got kind of a pug nose, and he's got a little bit of a speech impediment, but he's out there slaying. And Lilith talked like this. She has a very delicate lisp, but she's a fucking princess, and you better not point it out. And then we've got Zelda. Zelda's out there fucking slaying. Zelda's a badass. So, like, it's constant. It's just, Zelda got her own voice recently. It happened. I don't know how. It's not on purpose. It's just natural. But because of the weird speech impediment that I somehow gave Trick, when he goes out to do his patrol, or what we call the perimeter of the yard at nighttime, it's a ribbiter. I'm gonna go get that ribbiter, Bob, and get any fucking bitches trying to get in the yard and kill us. Cause I'm a badass boy. I would do bad stuff. Like lick my weeder. But I love that, because he does the same. But it's a ribbiter. I'm glad you guys... It seems insane and kind of... I don't know why it happens, but it's happened with all my animals. Like, Millie, when she was young, she was very British. She was very proper. She was very British. She would not piss in the rain. How could you expect such an undelightful thing of a lady? But as she got older, she turned into this shit. Like, it's just... I don't know how it happens. It's inevitable. Zelda is Rod's poodle, who is, like... Their sibling, we're almost positive, because Zelda looks like an inch shorter version of Lilith. I mean, they're literally, if you flip-flop their color pattern, like, Lil has, like, the dark and the light, and Zelda's is flip-flop, but hers is more of, like, a gray tan. They're identical. They have the same, like, creepy people eyes. They came from the same breeder. Like, we know they're related, but we're almost positive they're siblings. Because they look too much alike. He's a sibling as well, believe it or not. I picked out him because he's my perfect boy. I mean, I'm sure I watched Monsters, Inc. while I owned her. I don't know if it came out. I don't know when that movie came out. Honestly, it's been too long. He does the circle of the whole yard, and then what he does, it's the cutest thing, and I don't know why he does it. Well, I kind of do. I have a theory. He can tell what the different sound is of a doorknob, if it's locked or not, when he noses it. And the only reason I know this is I've experimented with the bathroom, because that's how he checks if someone's in the bathroom. Is he walks by, and if he noses the handle and it makes a particular sound, he'll sit by the door because he knows someone's in there. But if no one's in there, he never will sit by the door. He still noses the doorknob, but the noise is not the same as when it's locked. And at nighttime, when we're about to go to bed, he goes to each door and does that little nose thing. And if it's not locked, he won't go to bed. He's too fucking smart for his own good. He checks them, and I'm positive, like, the lock must make the doorknob sound different, because he just hits it very lightly with his nose, because I can hear it if I'm in there taking a piss. And then I hear him plop on the door. Because poodles are too smart for their own good. They're, like, smarter than you. It's weird. It's like, there's dogs who are smart in that they have the potential for learning, like labs and stuff. They're really, really trainable. And then there's smart where they just figured shit out. They almost train you. A little bit. Him. He's checking to make sure everyone's safe. Yeah, it's part of his routine. Like, he's very much my routine dog. When my alarm goes off in the morning, he's up with me. Lil wants to stay in bed. She doesn't give a shit. He's my boy. He's my routine boy. And if things aren't, like, you know, like, if we have this routine where every time we go outside to go potty, we come inside, we get a treat. We get a piece of dehydrated lung or something. And sometimes, you know, I come in and it's windy or something or gross and I have to wash their feet and stuff. So we come in, close the door, and by the time I'm done washing their feet, I'm like, I got to go back to stream. And I forget to give them that treat. They will sit in the most proper poodle, exactly like this, by the fucking door, staring at the door until I remember I didn't give them a treat. They won't leave. They just And then when you come by, they don't even turn. They do this like backwards head roll at you with their eyes, like, you forgot us, didn't you? They're too smart. They trained me. You trained me. Gonna hang out again? Ah, Bubba. Oh, it's a big stretch. Show everyone you're a big manly man. You're such a boy. You can be whoever you want to be. I don't give a shit. You're beautiful. That's the big. That's literally. It's the bitch. Do you realize how long we stood here? I know. We don't ever. I've never asked for a poodle cut. I just ask for a shave down, like just make them healthy looking, and they just do. I guess this is like the most basic poodle cut ever, but the floofy tail is just hilarious. I love watching it. It's like a little piece of popcorn. You're like a piece of popcorn, Bubba. Oh my god, Srolan, hold on. Well, that's me, Kona. Like, I'm the one who goes around last thing at night and I lock all the doors and make sure lights are off and things are off and whatever. Like, that's me. And he follows me when I do it. And he goes, tink, on each doorknob. It's very bizarre. But you're just so smart. You learned somehow. Zelda does it too, nuh-uh. I wonder if they do it naturally, if they taught her that. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, yeet. How could you not? I feel that. I feel that emotion. You're so fucking cute, though. I get it. I just tell them to shave Zelda all the way. That's literally, I've never said, like, do a specific cut or do a poodle cut or whatever. But I mean, it's basically shaved down. It's not like Lil gets a poof. She gets quite the, like, 80s lady poof on the top of her head. His isn't as extreme. But I kind of, like, prefer it when it's curly. You know, when it grows a little bit and it stops being like this and it's actually curls. You have such beautiful curls. I love your curls when it gets a little less poofy, but they always, like, do this weird blow-drying back comb to it. I do, too. They're, like, when it's, like, a little scraggly in their eyes. They have that, like, stoner, hey, dude. It's so cute. But I feel like it's here before we know it. Your hair grows as fast as mine. But, like, all over. Oh my god, Yeet, can you imagine? You'd have to get, I mean, there'd have to be a post Blaze plan, like Taco Bell or something. That's the one thing. Like, the one thing I remember about not being a regular smoker and smoking once in a while or smoking for the first time in a long time after taking a tea break is all you want to do is sit, space the fuck out, and chew on something. That's it. And if people ask more of you, that's when, you know, you start to get overwhelmed. Yeah. So, like, good tacos are great. I'm a big proponent of crunch when I'm high, especially when I'm really high. Like, crunch with some cheese or some shit. Oh my god, that's the best. But everybody's different. Like, oh man, when we were in San Diego, we found this little Mexican joint, and I got a burrito that I cannot even tell you. I couldn't touch fingers. It was like that big, and I ate half of it. It was incredible. I really thought I was going to pull the whole thing away. It just didn't happen, but wow. When you're high enough, that is just the best. Good nachos when you're high. Oh my god. It's the texture heaven on a plate. Thank you. I thought I did a pretty decent job on the burrito. My eyes are eternally bigger than my stomach. Like, my whole life, this has been a problem of mine, and I think it's probably because I eat once a day. So by the time I eat, I'm like, I'm really hungry. Of course I want a foot-long sandwich, and then I get halfway through 6 inches of it, and I'm like, ow! Do I learn? No. It depends, Yeet. What I've noticed is the more of a franchise or chain place you go to, the more often you're gonna have to pay a lot extra for any kind of sauce or dip or salsa or anything like that. The more of a local or private or family owned place you go, they're usually literally just have it. Or like a lot of taco places around here have a salsa sauce bar where it's like after you order your food, you go over to this. It looks like a salad bar, but it's just buckets of homemade salsas and sauces and pickled things. And I can't even name half of it. Probably guacamole. I don't know. Those are the shit. Like, that's the shit. That's the fucking shit. That's where you want to go. The salsa bars are the best. Like, that's a sign of a good, and it's sanitary and everything, but it's all homemade stuff, and that's a sign of a good shit. I got my last cavity filled today. So here's more. Yeah! Cheers. Do you need to come up now, ma'am? You see that nose? Come on. You gotta figure it out. If you're gonna be the demon from beneath, you have to figure it out, man. Thank you. How are you today? She has a bandana. This is her bandana. It's Halloween candy themed. It's so cute. Good salsa verde is my fucking favorite. You're so cute. My bitch. I don't know what happened to you, but you turned out to be kind of a bitch. Did you just fart? Because you smell like death. Oh my god. Why does your asshole smell like that all the time? Oh my god.
Now, I'm going to fuck you with Satan's cock.
Genova! Thank you so much for sending the class like getting swings, and thank you, Glenn, for getting that sub. Lilith has farted, and it's so gross. Oh my good god. Yeah, you. Yeah. You smell like a fart. Why are you so gassy all the time, Miss Ma'am? What's wrong with the insides? See the floof they give her? That shit is deep. Just constantly farting and burping. And she likes to sit under my desk and then the farts get trapped. She did. Miss Ma'am. Oh, the claws. Wrapped her arms. I guess we're just needing attention today. You know, I try so hard to pet them at the same time, and I literally say, like, we love each other. We love to be pet at the same time. We're siblings and we love each other. And they just have none of it. Sibling rivalries forever, eh? Alright, bye. You little worm. Texas this week for the funeral. Oh, I lost yesterday to an early flight. Time zones and only sleeping 30-minute chunks. Oh, honey. When you can, even just like a 15-minute cat nap can really, really help. It's that he's also kind of sensitive though, Rod. Like he'll go to sleep on me, but if I move, he sits up and he's like, no. And he gets up and goes off the bed. Like he's done. Whereas Lil, I can borderline like roll her. No, I can roll her. I can pick her up and roll her and move her. She doesn't give a fuck. She's like, I will be here. Like I will be on the bed. I will curl up in your legs. I don't care. She's squishing my hand against my desk right now. She doesn't care how it happens. She just will. And she needs you to understand that. So I can and I do. I have to move her because she'll take up in the entire 80% of a California king. Welcome to Poodle Tuesday, I guess. I'm glad I wore leggings. I can feel your nails. They're terrible. Last time I was there, Zelda and Trick slept on the floor every night because Lil, she's the dominant bitch. I don't know what happened. I know. They're like little hairy sausages. Look at that sausage. He doesn't give a fuck about me. Cheers? I have a bowl. Cheers. I had to wait till the dogs weren't on my lap. I don't know what weed does to dogs, but I refuse to smoke it in their faces. That just feels weird. They just pass on the shoulder here. I'm like, sir, that is dirt? What the fuck? That's legal? Please come back to us alive, unmaimed. See, that's what I was wondering. Like, is it just like... Because I think Texas is also one of those states where they don't enforce seatbelts or helmets. Maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know there are some states like that are like, die at your own, whatever. Live free, die seatbeltless. No shit. Like, in the dirt? Okay, Genova, you're witnessing just facts now. Passing on the right shoulder is legal on... Like a dirt shoulder off the road? So why isn't it just part of the road? No shit, in all the states I've lived in, it's straight up illegal to pass on the right of somebody. So like, if a cop so chooses, they could pull me over if I was in the right lane and the person in the left lane was going slower than the speed limit, and if I just accidentally passed them, that's considered illegal. Because they can't see me. I'm in their blind spot. And they, you know what I mean? So technically, if someone in the passing lane is going under the speed limit and you're in this lane, you technically have to stay behind them the whole time. I've never been anywhere where it's that shit. Damn. A full lane wide, but still. Intense. Some people, I mean, sure. I don't know. There's nowhere in the world I need to get that fast. Get to that fast to like, wait. Oh my god, I just saw this, Mishy. Former Abercrombie and Fitch CEO arrested on sex trafficking charges. The one... Wow. That's gross. Not shocking, but still gross. People do that all the time in MA. I mean, I see people do it. I just didn't know it was legal. Same. Chronicle, same. Yeah. Dirt shoulder. My brain said, brush that shit off. I remembered to pack everything except my house shoes. Having to lace up or walk bare. Shnova, can I just say, I spent a large portion of this morning talking about why I have house shoes. Because I'm that level of neurodivergent where I just don't want to feel anything on my feet from dirty floors if they're dirty. Thank you. Thank you. There's a lot of barefoot neurodivergence in here, which is okay. I just need to know a few people are on my side. Black widows. Dude, I find them under every ledge that exists in Colorado. There's a black widow. I'm not putting my foot under that without a shoe on. Are you kidding? Oh, it makes my toes curl thinking about it. Everywhere I've lived has black widows. I think they're everywhere. They're just a lot here. But yeah, same. I have like, and it's weird. Get this. I'd rather go outside barefoot because I feel safer. Like that's where dirt should be. Of course I do, C-Town. I have a foot washing station. I don't want dirt in my socks and in my shoes. Holy tits. The thought of that alone made my butthole clench. Like putting a dirty foot in a sock on purpose. Jeffries was the CEO of the popular clothing brand from 92 to 2014. No shit. You know, it's not shocking. It doesn't excuse it. It's still disgusting. Not shocking. Oh, David, that's not a problem then, that if they're doing that. We don't wear outside shoes in our house. People look at us weird and we ask them to take off their shoes. I think that's normal. Okay, so for one thing, your house, your rules. If you say to wear my shoes, if you say not to wear my shoes, whatever, I obey your rules. That's your house. Like, period, end of story. No one should be commenting on the way that you... I mean, come on now. That's just respectful. But, like, seriously, where feet have been... Oh. The ads. That's... I mean, I didn't, like, just... Do you remember that there was a certain population of girls, and proud to say it wasn't me, because I was... alt and gothic, which probably wasn't any better, but who knows? I was listening to Marilyn Manson, it wasn't better. But, like, you remember when they would get the bag that had a half-naked 16-year-old boy on it, and they'd cut it out and put it on their walls? Or, like, half-naked 15-year-old girls? Like, in black and white, it'd be the bag that you'd get from Abercrombie & Fitch, and people would cover their walls in this shit. Not shocking is all I'm saying. Hollister did the same shit, I'm pretty positive. All those stinky stores did it. My walls were a variety. It was like Britney Spears, some Christina Aguilera here and there. I appreciated her voice more, but I was more into the Britney, like, Britney stan, let's be real. And then it was like Korn, like the fold-outs from the CD of Korn. I remember because it was the Untouchables one and it said Untouchable on it.
No.
And then I had like a poster from like a fetish show in Vegas I went to. It was weird.
Satan's cock.
Mag, thank you so much for 72 fucking months.
What the fuck? That's a long time. Holy tits. We've done it, yo. We made it. In that time...
Some people had kids that learned how to speak English and shit in toilets. What are we doing? I never fit in their clothes culturally or size-wise, so I only knew them as the shirtless store. Same. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have fit in any of their clothes. Like, I outgrew their clothes when I was in 4th grade, which says a lot about their clothes. But yeah, they were the stinky store. Like, we would do a wide berth of those two stores, and you always knew they were coming because they had, like, dark shutters. Again, the signs were all there, right? Ugh. They, like, take away your sense of sight, overwhelm your sense of smell, overwhelm your sense of hearing by blasting shitty pop music at you. It's crazy. They're weird, but we would do, like, a wide berth because the stores stunk so bad. Employees were scouted. I actually dated a guy whose little sister worked at one of them, and she told you it was weird, really weird because they actually weighed her, and she wasn't allowed to wear makeup. I wore outside shoes in Texas because there wasn't much to track in. Growing up in Ohio, we took them off, put on our house shoes because it was snow or mud season, and then went back and washed them for similar reasons. We lived, like, in the middle of this field that was also, like, a sand pit and on this lake beach. So, my mom and dad built this house and chose white carpets. I still say it's on them. White carpets with this many children? But, like, when they weren't home, we would, run in the house to go to the kitchen real quick, get a drink, and then run out. And there was this strip of the carpet between two chunks of, like, tile and it would slowly just start to turn more tan. And my dad would be like, I know you little fuckers are coming in the house with your shoes on. We'd be like, what do you mean? It was actually interesting because it was literally this U shape to get to the kitchen. We actually developed a way to jump from the tile to like the fire stove to the tile, so then we wouldn't touch the carpet and wouldn't have to take our shoes off. The laziness of children can be not tested. It's fucking amazing what we would do. Certifiably insane. 100% I agree. I mean, in her new house, her first purchase was a Snow White couch. I am to this day petrified to fall asleep on it because I'm afraid my mascara would come off on a pillow. It's crazy. I don't know. I think it's this old thing of like, if it's white and looks clean, that like is like a class thing or something. I worked at Hollister, but I couldn't fit in their jeans. So they made me work in the back stock area with the other people who couldn't fit the profile. That's disgusting. That's gross. Why? You fucking Why? Why would anybody do this? I don't know. You hate yourself? I don't know. Why ever would you do that? Carpets are gross to begin with. Do you just want to see it? Buy a sword. Oh. They died, Mag? I thought swordfish were like deep sea creatures. What the fuck? That is so unfortunate. I don't want to say like they died doing what they love, but they kind of did. I mean, what a fucking terrible way to go. The ocean is the devil. Not to cheapen this person's passing. This is the most horrible thing, but seriously, it truly, we're not supposed to be there. We're not supposed to be there. They're deep sea fish, but they do come up. Okay. I mean, swordfish, they don't use that to hurt people on purpose. I'm sure it was an accident, just like a freak incident of waves and water and like, oh, wow. I know sports, but I've seen them. They're like those reels and everything. I assumed it was deep sea fishing because it looks like the type to catch tuna. They are so hardcore and heavy and look like they go really, really deep. So I was just putting that together. The world is that way. We're just trying to survive. There are so many things that kill us every day. I mean, 100%. I just feel like there's so many places where I have higher chance. Like, I mean, arguably anywhere on land, I probably have a higher chance of survival than in water. I can't swim as fast as anything that lives in water. I cannot breathe or hold my breath at like in any way, shape, or form like anything in water. I'm just like I'm still in danger, obviously, but like a little better off. I can't just drown up here, kind of. They use their bills to slash and okay. Stop! I don't need more things to fear! In the water! Same. I love it and respect it, and I love to look at it from afar. Like, it's very beautiful outside of squid. But, like, I keep covering my neck. So when I was, like, in high school, a story similar to this came out. And I can't remember the name of the fish, but it's a fish that's only, like, this big. But it has, like, a sword kind of knife on its face. And freak incident, it went through someone's neck. And there was a picture of this fish coming out the other side. It was like this. And that's all I can think of in this, so I just have to hold myself. Horror. Clownfish are cute. Come on, they're not that bad. They just got a bad name. Honestly, I'd be offended. The clowns should be offended because, like, or the fish should be offended. Or someone, because what? When's the last time you saw an orange clown? But Safi, of course, yes. I come across a trailer last night, horror film from Scotland called Midgies. The fuck? Is that why'd that make me laugh? I didn't plan that. It came out of my mouth, and as I was saying it, I was like, that's funny. Yeah, there's an orange clown out there fucking all the time. Literally all the time. Unfortunately. Oh, they're like a gnat, right? Aren't they like what we on the East Coast call gnats? Those like swarms of itty bitty little biting motherfuckers. Midgies made me laugh too, and then I was like, wait. I feel like there's a fly called that. Ever get one in the ER and you're like, damn, how are you still alive? And they're like millimeters away from being dead, and that's all the time. Constantly. I was just telling a story earlier today, Silver, about a patient we had in one time, whomst was 20 years old, and their throat had completely shut, and they weren't breathing, and they were just like projectile oozing vomit. It was one of the fucking most disgusting things ever. And so we're just trying to treat this instance, and we're at the point where we have to do a trach because their airway is swollen shut, so we can't intubate them. And the reason we want to intubate them is to get around the puke. We don't want you aspirating puke or anything like that. And after like 10 minutes of treating this patient, finally get about to put a trach in, we've cut them and everything, we're doing the surgery, I hear their parents in the doorway. It was his birthday. We took him to Red Lobster. He's allergic to fish, but he only had shrimp. Yes. I wonder all the time how people make it. All the time. All the time. All of it. Yeah, they're the tiny ones, right? That's what I thought. They're little tiny black bugs that like are in swarms and they're disgusting. Cheers. They took the shrimp as bugs meme too seriously. The crazy part is the kid ended up allergic to shellfish. Specifically. I don't know. Yes, I wonder all the time how people survive. Like on a day, like constantly. I think it's because at our core we're animals, and as dumb as we are, we will have some instinct to seek out food and fucking and sleep and warmth. There's a level of instinct. It's not strong, but it kicks in. It's there. They love anything that will bite will get me. Mosquitoes, gnats, those little, like, there's different, on the West Coast, our gnats are a lot bigger and they don't like swarm and bite. They swarm, but they don't bite. On the East Coast, they're tiny and black and they bite. And I don't know what the difference, both people call them gnats. I don't even know if they're both gnats, but they're gross and I hate them. But yeah, we'd get shit like that all the time. And people are very, very, very serious. Like, I remember I had this patient, and bless her soul, I hope she's okay. But she was a very anxious human being, and she came into the PFT lab to have a PFT done. And she told me at the speed of a million miles an hour, she was like, so her morning routine was she would get up at 6 or like 5 in the morning and have 2 cigarettes before she walks to the barn. She'd have another cigarette at the barn before she feeds the horses, and that's where she hits her puffer once. And then she feeds all the horses, and before she mucks the barn, that's where she hits her puffer again and has one more cigarette, and then around her way back from the barn to the house, she has one more cigarette, hits her puffer one more time, and then gets in the car to start her day. She was a flagger for, like, road work, which they make fucking bank. But they definitely have a level of a lifestyle where they're just kind of like outside 24/7, oftentimes smoking cigarettes. She just like, I don't even know. I think she smoked like 3 packs a day or something like that. But she was telling me like this is how she gets the most efficient hits off of her inhaler And I have to sit there like, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, yeah, oh yeah, from the barn to the bar, yeah. Well, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. But you don't, yeah, mm-hmm, okay. Oh, okay. All right. I hope, okay. She had crazy, I mean, honestly, like, I think lifestyle, living in the fumes of cars, but also smoking cigarettes all day, constantly. Like, a lot of people smoke a couple cigarettes a day their whole life, never have any adverse effects. I mean, probably minute, but not enough to really affect them until everything's going to affect them anyways, because you're in your 80s and 90s and you're going to die. Like, I want to say the patient was like 50 and had like, I mean, close to what we call end stage emphysema, or like the worst emphysema COPD is gonna get. So like I think I've told you guys before how to simulate breathing like COPD. You take the deepest breath you possibly can and hold it and then breathe on top of it. That's what it feels like to have end stage COPD 24/7. It's exhausting. Like, these people are so tired. They're the hardest to get off a ventilator, but like by the time you're 50, you have to do some true abuse to your lungs to have that level of, like, without like a genetic component playing in. Holy crap. I mean, it's a lot of people who work outdoors, I notice, because there's just nothing stopping them. And so it's almost like, it's literally a fidgeting habit. Like, my fidgeting habit is beverages and my weed. And I'm very grateful for the weed part, because I did fuck around with cigarettes in my younger era, and God forbid if I would have liked them, I never did. But like, that, I just can't, like, I used to make, like, before I was a respiratory therapist, I would make comments like, where do people have the time in the day to get through more than one pack a day, let alone 3? And it's really oftentimes outdoor workers, because there's just nothing like special about working outdoors that makes you want to smoke more. It's just nothing stopping you. It's not like you're having one on a break every couple of hours. You're not having one at the end of the night after dinner. It's a constant, like, just nothing stopping you from doing it. And oftentimes it's a social thing. Everybody else is doing it the same. Or military. And I've been told more than thrice from people in the military that would come in later in life, obviously, and say, when I was a kid and I was in the military, if you didn't smoke, you didn't get a break. The only people who got a break were smokers. You got a 10-minute smoke break. So a lot of people picked up smoking as a way just to get 10 minutes, which is wild. But this is like way before the era of us knowing anything was harmful. Mag, yes, exactly. That shit is scary. Have you heard about how some people are buying insulin off the black market and trying to treat it? They think that they can, like, work the system to make it work like Ozempic. And it's basically non-diabetics buying insulin and giving it to themselves to fuck their internal something going on. I don't completely understand it, but people are going blind, essentially. Or vice versa, diabetics won't take their insulin and they're going blind because it does something to their appetite where they'll lose weight or something. It's something weird where they're fucking with their own liver. They're funking up their insulin production and their insulin receptors. I know I don't know enough about diabetes as a whole to even fully explain it, but I know this is happening. And I think a symptom of untreated and unmedicated diabetes can be going blind. So it's not like not taking the medication or taking the medication is causing that. It's the untreated, because it fucks with circulation and all that, right? It's really, really scary. Do not fuck with your meds. Doctors go to school for way too long. Don't do that. But absolutely, that's happening a lot, and it all has to do with trying to lose weight. I know. I head desk about this shit all the time. It's infuriating. Wait, the number for Gladiator 2 is number Gladiator 2, and I keep reading it as Gladiator, Gladiatory, Gladiatory. I'm going to read it like that now, because that's what it looks like. It's a whole new level of stupid. People never, it's like this, I'm sure you've probably heard it But the saying heroin chic has come back as a positive thing in fashion. I've heard multiple young influencers say things along the lines of, nothing tastes as good as fitting in this, looking like this, insert skinny here. It's happening. Like, again, where it's fucking starvation. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. Yeah, it's the looking like you're sick. It's the, I mean, like back in the day, I can't remember, there was a term for it, but essentially women that had tuberculosis were considered beautiful because they were pale and thin and weak and lithe, and they just laid in bed in their white nightgowns and looked gorgeous until they fucking died. But there was something to like that, loving that look and thinking that was beautiful. 100%. I'll take fat any day. I love food. I have flown across the world to taste food on a different side of it. That's just not it. My appetite's been out of whack lately. Been eating breakfast for 2 or 3 over the past couple days, and I'm eating dinner, and I'm already, dang, it's probably because it's getting cold. Your metabolism's probably jacking up. You do burn a few more, I mean, not like a significant, but I think it can be up to like 50 to 60 extra calories when it gets cold. And your body is like trying to produce extra warmth and produce body heat to keep you warm. That's why mammals have to eat constantly, because we are warm-blooded and we create that heat shit. The only time I was ever that skinny was when I legit had stomach problems from anxiety. Dude, only time I've ever felt skinny in my life was when I was going through what I call my breakdown. It was the peak of undiagnosed, unmedicated, scary, just like, okay, Katie, it's time, but wow. I look at pictures of myself and I don't like it. I look like a washboard, but not like in the nice way, in the this way, and just like, I didn't like it. It was bad. But it was all anxiety. Like, I've told you guys that before. I couldn't even taste food. It was really scary. The idea that your only 2 choices is eating and starving is absolute lunacy. Fuck me up, people are dumb. It's crazy. And then if you think about it, dude, Lizzie and I were talking about this once, Mag. Food is one of the craziest things, because you know as well as I, it's addicting as fuck. Like, they've you know, what's the word? Manufactured food with sugar and fake shit to make it taste better than it should, and to fuck up our taste buds and just make it gross. So, well, delicious, but like not great for us. So basically, like, you become addicted, and which is, I think, the root of most like weight problems when it comes to being like significantly overweight or what they call morbidly obese or whatever. I truly believe a lot of it is just our brains get addicted to the serotonin and dopamine release from eating, because it's a huge dopamine and serotonin release, and we want that. It helps us function like normal humans and think straight. But it's the one drug in the world where they're like, all right, so it's killing you, but you still have to take a little bit of it every day. You can't take too much, because then you'll die. But you still gotta keep taking it for the rest of your fucking life. Just a little bit. That's, like, imagine someone saying that about heroin. Like, this shit's killing you, but you still have to do a little bit every day. Not too much, because you'll die. But if you don't do any every day, you'll die. It's pretty crazy, really. The way they've, like, fucking fucked our food system up and made it, like, everything that tastes the best is the worst for us. And our taste buds get, like, immune to eating celery and tomatoes and actually tasting anything in a vegetable, because we're so used to deep fried stuff. Myself guilty as charged. It's like an addiction to anything, exactly. They can stop eating, get skinny, buy a new bathing suit, go to the ocean, get impaled by a swordfish. The circle of life, baby. Hell! You know, it's crazy. That's not the first time I've heard of someone just going to the beach and getting dead. It's like, I can't imagine just like, going to the beach and not coming home. What up, Clob? What's up? Well, I mean, Fox, no shit, but like, you don't have to for the rest of your life. You can eventually wean yourself off almost anything else that is an addiction that's hurting you. Food, you can never go to zero. Ever. Theoretically. Extenuating circumstances, obviously, aside. Theoretically. Oh, samesies. Happy Tuesday. Grilled veggies the best. Same. Grilled anything. Grill marks? Yeah, it just adds more. Nature is scary. the sun. I swear, it bleaches out my gorgeous hair. Someone getting impaled by a swordfish must have been horrifying to see. That actually happened. Not Glet, Mag has an article. It's real. Surfing. Fucking horrifying. Too bad we didn't get food poison immunity due to all this. What do you mean? Like immune to bacteria? To bacterial growth? I haven't seen anyone use a food pyramid in a very long time. But that being said, I'm not like hanging out or in the circles of fad diet people or anything like that. If you had to put a word to it, I'd say I follow intuitive eating. It's just what I want when I want, and I run a lot. That's it. That's it. That's it. But I think it's pretty balanced. I try to eat, fruits and veggies and shit. Honestly, in the States, we don't fry tomatoes. Like, that is not a thing here. The way that you guys, do like a baked potato, what we would call a baked potato, you call it a roast potato, I guess. And then the way that you guys like fry a tomato with breakfast or something like that, you will not see that in the States, and I'm a huge fan of it. That's something I'd never experienced. I've had the grilled tomatoes, I've had all of it. I'm really a big fan of those as well. But dude, fried tomatoes with breakfast, huge fan. It really goes well with eggs. To cook a food pyramid, but that's just a pile of food. Which would probably kill him, to be fair. It's like, here are the 37 things I'm aware of that could kill me in the ocean, and then comes along number 38. I know. Oh my God. I saw it. So I'm sure all of us have seen at one point that strange little sea creature that's like this big. It's actually like I think it's a nudibranch or a sea slug, I guess. But it's like neon blue. There's a dog hair on me, sorry. It's like neon blue with a dark blue border, and it kind of looks like a little Pokemon with little feathery fingers. And it's just the prettiest, most adorable little thing, and it's only maybe this big. But those are dead. Those are poisonous. Things that are bright in the ocean, like... Have you never seen these? Oh my God, I'll have to pull it up. Hold on. I can't remember what it's called, but I'm sure I could find it, because it was kind of, like, famous for a while just for being cute. But I saw a video the other day on Instagram of a guy telling the story of how he found a bunch of them in a tide pool and thought he would rescue them by hand capturing each one and putting them in a big gulp jar and then carrying that big gulp jar to the ocean and then touching his eyes. So remember when my eye got fucked up and I told you guys it was so swollen it was see-through? His eyelids were like this. Just fucking red cherries. I mean, the eyelid, he could not open his eyes. It was the most fucking horrifying thing I've ever seen. Bright colored things in the ocean. No. Oh my God, literally, it's just called the blue nudibranch. That's all I Googled. So look at this cute little creature. Adorable, right? Like, the ocean gave us the cutest. Look at that little fucker. Looks like a little Pokemon, right? Would you touch it? I don't live by the ocean. I know bright shit means no. Cheers, happy 420. No fucking way. Absolutely not. I'd be like, look at that bright shit in the water. Oh God. It's so pretty. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, like, no. And this guy's like made a whole video, like a 5-minute video about how he was rescuing them. It was same. Oh, well, Genova, I mean, there's some of us who are toxic trait is we cuddle the tiger. Some of us, our toxic trait is we just lay down and wait to die. But they're really pretty. If you ever just want like artistic inspiration, just Google nudibranch. They are so diverse and hilarious and beautiful. Like, wow. Not all of them are deadly. Don't touch them. That's a pin. Okay, thank fuck. Don't touch them. Don't ever touch them. But, oh my God, there's such a huge variety in the world, and they're seriously just stunning. That little blue guy is just one that happens to be in tide pools, so people see it all the time. But, like, wow, right? Crazy. Don't touch them. No touchy. No touchy. I had a, is it? No, not a tortoise. It was a turtle. Turtle is the water one with the flippers, right? Yeah. I had a sea turtle, one of the huge ones, smack my ass in Hawaii. And I, to this day, still have little panic attacks about how I think the Hawaiian police are going to hunt me down for touching a turtle. Because it's like a huge fine if you touch the turtles. But I was snorkeling like a dumbass, just looking down. And when I put my head up, there was like 4 turtles hovering near me. I did not swim to them, they swam to me. Or something. Or we all got pushed by the same tide or something. But one of them was trying to get past me and literally was like, whap, and I will take that to the grave. That was great. That turtle knew what the fuck was up. Obviously, I consented because it was a goddamn sea turtle. They are huge, though. Holy crap. Don't touch cute sea creatures. I mean, really just nothing in the ocean. Have you ever seen these before, Molly? I saw an Instagram recently where this guy found a bunch of them in a tide pool, and he thought it would be a good idea to make a video of him rescuing all of them with his hands. And then he touched his eyes and had to go to the ER, and it was horrible, and he almost lost his eyes, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, I feel, yeah. Oh, it's a neon blue anything in the ocean. A neon anything. Yeah, if it's bright, I feel like we've just inherently been taught no. Turtle was like, you good, dude? Okay, get back out there. Whack! Champ! Kiddo! I mean, touching nature's never gonna save it. That's why there's professionals who go to school for that stuff. Oh, oh my god, Seatown. I actually like, I don't know how to say it. I experienced that as a kid. It was really sad. We were visiting my mom's friend like out on Whidbey Island or something like that. And her mom loaded like Microsoft money people, so they had a house right on the water with beach access. So we're down on the beach and there was a bunch of sand dollars everywhere, and there was a baby seal pup that would not stop barking and following us. And both of our moms were like, someone touched the pup and now the mom won't come back for it. And the nature and wildlife people say we just have to wait for it to die. And so these people were just waiting for what essentially was a sea puppy to just die. It was horrific. I was like 8 years old. I will never forget the sound of that sea puppy crying. I don't think they do that anymore. It was pretty fucked up though. There was a moment in the 90s and 80s where hippies, like all hippies became PETA. And they were like, it's the natural order, let it die. Except of commonly domesticated animals. TikToks of people saving cats or puppies, I'm not strong enough, dude. That shit kills me. I love watching them get saved, but seeing the pre-saved animal, I just don't understand how you can hurt anything like that. I physically, like, cannot understand how a human being can do, like, anything, like even just neglect to a certain point, which just neglect, but you know what I mean? It's just wild. Where did people get the idea of touching animal? I think it came from a bird thing. People were like, oh yeah, the smell will be on the animal, but birds can't smell, so that was bullshit. But there is something about seal pups where there's something about the moms don't come back for them at a certain point and they just die. But I've heard the thing about birds can't smell. So that's impossible. They don't have that olfactory shit. But I don't know. I love animals. They're my favorite. Oh, I'm sure. They've replaced the senses we depend on with other things. Yes, literally, it's called a glaucus. Glaucus atlanticus. That little guy. And then there's also one I learned about recently not from Zafrank, which was crazy because I learned about a lot from Zafrank, but it was if you've ever heard, I almost said the Portuguese omelet. That's a sex thing. It's the Portuguese man of war. My whole life, and not that I had asked questions about it or researched it or done anything, I just taken whatever people had told me. I thought it was a fucking jellyfish. It's not. It's actually an amalgamation of like billions of little creatures that have formed this strange jellyfish looking clusterfuck. And if you touch one, all of them sting you at the same time with very potent, often like can be deadly venom. Wild. Simply wild to me. I don't know what to do with that at all. Oh, I think we've seen that one. Is that the one where it's like the nudibranchs dancing? I think it. Me. You know, like. I have to stop. Portuguese man of war is jellyfish, but also a sex thing. Portuguese, I mean, is the Portuguese man of war? You know what? I don't want to know. It's fine. When I was a wee Will, we went to Yellowstone in 1975, and I have pictures of dumbasses feeding bears. People have always been stupid. You know, Mag, I was literally talking to Chad about this recently. No shit. Because I was thinking about this, like, I can't remember. It was some politician or somebody was blaming kids being stupid or doing stupid things on TikTok specifically. And I know I'm a TikTok hater, but not for that reason. What the fuck? And they were like, "Oh yeah, people only do they're getting in trouble, they're hurting themselves, they're doing stupid things just to get views on TikTok." And I was like, "But man, we did all the same shit and there were no phones." I don't think that's it. Like, I remember doing all of this very stupid shit, and we broke ourselves and hurt ourselves all the time. But the excuse was, oh, they blamed it on video games or on cartoons or movies or something. Yeah, it was for nothing. I think now it's just, now you're just getting like gamer points for what you do, but we will and always have. I mean, I think we have to do stupid things. It's how we like learn. Right? Or just for your, I mean, I did a lot of shit just for me. I was like, wow, I did that. And then that was it. And it just happened. And now I have that story, but I don't know. You're always going to do it. Oftentimes, the person doing the stupid shit probably isn't the one with the camera and probably didn't even think of it. They just wanted to do the stupid shit. I mean, Nick, here's the thing. This is what I think. So I don't TikTok, but I'm on Instagram all the time, just like surfing the explore page, looking at random shit. And all it is old TikToks. It's just like 2-week-old TikToks. So I can't claim I'm any better than these people. I broke my arm when I was 13, jumping off my parents' roof into the swimming pool. It wasn't recorded. We were just idiots. Exactly. That's a good way to put it. We were just idiots. Like when video games get accused of causing violence because life before video games was so peaceful. Or with people, when people say that a female leader will be the end of our country and her hormones will throw us into wars and violence and blah, blah, blah. And you look at them and go, you realize like every single war ever in the history of mankind has literally been because of penises. Thus far, I don't know where the fuck your argument's root is. At all. At all. Cheers, Viata. We're testing boundaries that and like learning. I think you have, I mean, some things you're just going to learn. I do too. I was actually just going to look and see what it is. It's oh, of course, it has Tove Lo. Dom Dalla and Tove Lo. Cave. Yeah, it's a Spotify link. Does that work? Maybe I can. Oh, there it is. Sometimes Spotify likes to be unique and change its layout on me, and then I get really lost. And I'm like, where the fuck did my song? And then I mute the tab. Then I lose them. Good old days be like, fantasy in my head I just made up. Totally real. Same. Honestly, the stupid shit I did was because of the stupid people I hung out with. And the moment I got a hold of an Xbox and Fable, I stopped hanging out with the people doing stupid shit and stopped doing stupid shit because I was much more invested in Fable. Very much so. Zelda, 100. I was really into Zelda Ocarina of Time. But like alone, I'm very boring. I get instigated by people, but I'm very, very boring by myself. My uncle did dumb shit like throwing gas bombs at his high school homecoming in the 70s. People are, I mean, not that bad, but my dad has a story. My stepdad has a story where it was like, I think it was just some random ass day because rednecks, but him and his brother, when they were teenagers, were hanging out in the backyard and they had a bonfire. And my Uncle Bob thought it would be a really funny idea to throw white gas onto the bonfire and also all over my dad's legs. And to this day, the fronts of his shins don't grow hair. But they all laugh about it now. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, none of them. None of them were warm. He's told us some pretty fucked up stories from his childhood with his brothers. Boys are crazy. When you don't die, it's easier to laugh about stupid shit. Kind of. But when you were a teenager, did you throw white gas on anybody? I didn't. Same. Same. Worst I would do is like wait around a corner and be like, boo! Ha 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 ha, gotcha. And if they were like, I hate that, I'd be like, okay, I won't do that again. A kid came running out of the bathroom with chunks. Oh, someone blew up one of our toilets on the last day of school. A kid comes running out of the bathroom with chunks of toilet. Mag, I saw a really relatable meme to that the other day. The reason my friends and I did dumbass shit was because no one was watching us and we wouldn't get in trouble. It was that hour between whatever, those hours between when you got home from school and when your parents got home were the most precious because you could eat whatever you wanted in the kitchen and hit your siblings without getting yelled at. And it was just... I got hit a lot. But I got to eat all the bagels I wanted. My house was never empty. I feel like I was always walking into a mess. There was just too many siblings, too many people. I met my partner because our mom was friends with him, and she told a story about him getting caught setting Grandpa's van on fire. I basically said, you have to tell me why. We became best friends. That's beautiful. Going way too fast, I slammed into the bench so hard, I thought I broke my leg. Nope, I damaged nerves so bad that spot's still numb. Have you, like, talked to a massage therapist or something about it? That's scary. I mean, Quill, that's just beautiful. That's kind of adorable. Traditional values were totally exactly like the best thing ever, and women really loved it and had a good time, and we need to bring it back instead of all that sensitive snowflake stuff today. By the way, anger in males specifically does not count as emotion. And jerking off isn't gay, but washing your butthole totally is. Everything hurts inside. Everything hurts. Nothing makes sense. Everything hurts. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I press it and I feel the press on the other side of my leg. Maybe you got nerve damage and your body like naturally rewired itself. That's creepy. But I'm fine. That's what I tell myself all the time. Every time I find some strange cut or bruise, I'm like, I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I feel great. I've made it this far. I think I feel okay. I don't really know what to compare it to, but I think I'm okay. I'm okay. No shit. I got shot in my left shoulder and my right shoulder's the one that hurt? That's odd. Cheers, Bobo. What the? That's odd. Okay, we have to take a break. I was trying to install that game, and I think it did it. There's a new game out that was just released, and Glut already gifted it to me, but it's literally the Rocky Horror Show video game, and I'll show it to you when we come back. But I gotta pee so bad. I'm so overhydrated. So go get a drink, load a bowl, stretch your dicks. All of the things. I'll be right back. Gotta pee. Can't think. I know. It's a new... Go look. I'm gonna... Addicted. Addicted. I don't think... Hold on. I think there's a new Sasha. It's that spot. Yeah. Oh my god. There was a big orange cat in my yard last night. We went outside. I've talked about it before, but like I live at a two-way stop, and the one way that doesn't have stop signs is ironically the street that goes to the elementary school, which I think is so stupid. But it's like one of those ones where the two streets come down into the intersection and do like a ta-tunk. So I hear people constantly flying through it, going ka-kunk. I can hear the bumpers of their cars slamming. Big ol' accident last night. I saw a guy limping away from it, and there were a bunch of cops outside. So I went in the yard and I was like listening because I kept hearing them talk about a white car, and I was like, is it my Jeep? No, it wasn't. It was fine. But the dogs were set the fuck off. Let me tell you. And Trick peed on the fence towards the cops like 4 times, and it was beautiful. That was it. That was moral of the story. It's the fastest I've ever seen him pee, but he was like, our yard is right up against the sidewalk, so it was like right there. And he just kept peeing on the fence at the cops. It was funny. But I hate that intersection. I know. Trick was like, fuck the police. Psst. Bark, bark, bark. Psst. I might have said good boy a few times. Yeah, I heard there's a new Sasha. Oh my god, there's 2 new Sashas. Okay, we'll do that before we try out this new game. Showing dominance. Oh, sick. I mean, have you ever heard me tell the story of my first year here and why I have a Jeep? The first year I was here, we normally have snow by now. This has been a really nice temperate fall. This has been really warm. First year, it was like beginning of October. It was like end of October, beginning of November, whatever. We got our first slam of snow, and I looked out my front door, and I went and woke Zach up, and I was like, my car's been stolen. And I had a Mazda. I had a Mazda 3 hatchback. And I was like, my car is not outside. It's gone. And it was black. So I absolutely should have been able to see it. And Zach goes outside, and he goes, no. And he walked outside into the snow, and I watched the snow creep up his legs, and he brushes it away. My car was buried. It was immobile. Like, you couldn't go anywhere because the snow was that thick everywhere. And if you don't live within city limits, you don't get plowed. So I was like, I need a truck. This is terrible. I need my independence back. But if you live within proper Denver city limits, you will get plowed and you should be okay. I mean, you'll have to shovel yourself out, but like your streets should be okay. Yeah, if you're in the city, you should be fine. I'm no shit. I'm across the street from proper city limits. Like I'm technically Denver, but we're Denver unincorporated, so we don't get plowed, which is awesome. But with my Jeep, it doesn't fucking matter. True. Rod brings a valid point. Okay, pause, whoever the fuck you are. Go to Denver to get plowed, 100%. Denver, actually, I listened to a really fun podcast about how Denver was established, and it was established quite literally by enormous brothels run by women. Like madams, like the vast majority of this city was like a stop for people going west for fuckery. And madams fucking built this shit. Like they were badass. There's some madams who were like the owners of the whorehouse or whatever. There's like infamous stories about them protecting their girls and shit like that. Like they were badasses. It's really interesting. It's kind of interesting. The city's not as interesting now, but the history of it's interesting. Anyways, we have 2 new Sashas. This is important. I love Sasha. It's always muted. Always. I gotta unmute it real fast. At least Kevin didn't get. I don't know. I think I would rather be thrown. Oh my god, Rod, have you seen Sasha's parents? Because they're real. Hold on. Oh, wait, we have to go to the shorts, right? Reels. You did see the parents. Okay, yeah, because I was going to say they definitely do. Yes. Remember how we were just saying it's a good thing Kevin didn't get thrown? But why? Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, Sasha's grandpa. Wait, what do we click first? Because. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We saw Sacha in nature, right? Yeah, we saw Sacha in nature, but we didn't see Sacha grandparents. Yeah, for explanation, he's a teacher and he's basically mocking kids as stereotypes, but we did I'm sorry. We dug deep into the depths of this account to make sure it's not that he was like mocking someone who's special or something. And Sasha is an alien. Sasha quite literally comes from space. That's part of it. And Sasha at one point could say other words, and it has just devolved into okay. Oh no. I'm sorry. Smell like meat. Howie. I think he was being bullied by the kid who said he smells like meat. Maybe grandpa was bullied. Everything hurts. My cheeks seriously are stinging. Honey badgers don't give a fuck. Grandpa's definitely a honey badger. It's the okay. Ow. Although you might have a point, Rod. I swear to God, how are my dogs shedding more on me now that they've been groomed? It's disgusting. Nope. I'll cringe. He's got a beautiful voice. You have a beautiful voice. I thought it was going to be Sasha. There's Sasha. I encourage you to please follow this account. It's Lee McNasty. And just take. Roses are red, so is the meat. Oops, I spilled some. Sorry you smell like meat. We draw the line at singing for that channel and meat. Grandpa breaks all the children in half. Bully. I mean, this is Sasha's kind of a bully, so doesn't it kind of check out? I think this is the one. Who shows up to someone's birthday and eats all the candles? Who gifts raw meat? Who gives a strip of raw? This is bullying. I've seen these before and they kill me. Sasha, abort. So that's it. That's Sasha. You can. I've made stream dive into this. Glut, is it the fucking Rocky Horror game? Because I just downloaded it. Wait, did you give me something else again? Oh, shut the fuck up. That's out already? Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh, no. It's so often I have to make so often. It's so unoften I have to make a choice. So, big news. Amanda the Adventurer 2 is out, which is a horrifying series. What's the name of the little children in the TV? The something kids. It's horrible. I mean, I thought it was going to be more of the first game, honestly, like DLC or something. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. Where is it? There it is. Stop! Autoplay kills me. Yeah, the Threshold kids. Fuck that. That was Control. Isn't there something in Amanda the Adventure that's similar? Or is it just Amanda the Adventure is that the whole time and it's very scary? Maybe I mixed those two up. Both are horrifying. When did the first game came out? We played that one. Amanda the Adventure. When did you come out? You're right. Literally last year, 2023. Pumped. They pumped him out. That was pretty good. I think there's a TV element or something in Amanda the Adventure, right? I'm not crazy. I just installed the Rocky Horror one, so don't worry. We're going to play that for a couple hours. Dude, the day just sped the fuck by. What the fuck happened? But Amanda the Adventure is happening. If you weren't around for Amanda the Adventurer 1, it's like how would you describe it? It's one of those click point adventure ones that's like you're a kid and it's kind of childlike, but it's also really dark and it's horror. I don't know how to describe it. It's creepy as fuck. That was amazing, but also very unsettling. Was I just rickrolled? Yeah, I feel like Amanda the Adventure one, it was the one where we had to collect videotapes. And they were color coded or something like that. And we watched them in a certain order. And like whatever was in the videotape would make things in the room behind us. It was like a horror puzzle room. It would affect the room, right? And the ending was very much a fizzle out. But the game itself was great. I remember the game being really fun and didn't feel like overtly complicated or anything like that to the point where I was tired of playing it. I remember it being fun and not really being like it outweighed it. I feel like the fun of the game outweighed the ending, but I do vaguely remember that. Don't trust your farts. I think we were in an attic. Yeah, and it was like there was a table in the middle of the attic, and the various items on the table would change depending on what VHS we put in that was on the other side. I don't know. It was, yeah. Yes. The farm video. Yeah, and the videos got like darker and darker and really scary, didn't they? Like with murder and shit. The farm one I remember very specifically, but I want to say they got even darker. But then it was just kind of like, I want to say maybe there was multiple endings, though, and I might have got a fizzly one, but I'm not a replay game type person. I don't have the attention span. The oven, you put things in the oven and it would come out different, or like make things. Wait, never trust a fart. Oh, I have news. Are they related? Yes, Rabster, but they came out, the second one came out. Yeah, everything but the ending was really just fun, but the ending was very much a fizzle out. So I'm excited to play that. But we are gonna jump into. We're jumping. Why do I always say that? We haven't. Who's jumping? Sacha jumps. I bet. We're gonna try out this other game. Whatever it's called. What is it called? It's just a Rocky Horror. The Rocky Horror video game, which I'm fucking excited for. I have a dog under me. I'm trying not to step on her. Yeah, that's how I jump. Is that not? Mm-mm. Okay. That's fine. I'll jump on my own. Remember how I told you my mom just let me write my E's upside down for quite some years in my life because she thought it was quote unquote cute? Maybe she taught me other things weird. I don't fucking know. Rocky. There's a few video game options for this. It's 10 minutes till 4:20. Thank you. At least I jump. I read a statistic recently that said past the age of 30, you probably won't ever sprint again in your life. And I've sprinted multiple times since I was 30, so I'm feeling good about that. It's just a jump to the left. And then a step to the right. It's fine. I wonder what kind of game it is. I don't know if it's going to be controller or not. Let's see. I bet it's going to be good music, though. I'm going to have to audio fuck it. Okay. That was a really cute game. I liked. How much is it? Hold on. Let's look at it. Really short credits, too, but I want to see it on the store page. It is $8.99, which is, I mean, it's 10% off. It's $10. It's cute as hell. If you're a fan of the movie, I think it's worth $10. It's fucking cute as hell. It's just like another movie I'd want to see as a game. I mean, they did that Dark Crystal one and then gave up on it. That was depressing. That's a really good question, though. I've watched so many damn horror movies in my head. That's all I've got in my mind. But I don't. They just keep making battle royales with horror movies, so I don't really want those anymore. Movie that I'd want into a video game. I'd have to think about. That's a really, really good question. I'd have to think about it. Fifth Element. That'd be a pretty cool universe to dive into. I like space. Fifth Element would be pretty cool. I'd have to think, that's rough. That's a really hard question. Boondock Saints would be fun. I was trying to think of a movie that, you could take a unique video game spin on it. Gladiator would be cool, but we have a ton of games that are like that where you have a sword and board and whatever. I don't know what they could do with that unique other than the story that I already know really well. As long as I get to kill Freddy Krueger, because I feel like there's so much fan shit out there for Freddy Krueger because the new series tries to wipe off that he was a fucking pedophile. And the original Freddy Krueger movies are no. This is a pedophile, a fucking child rapist who's now haunting the children's dreams. And people are like, look at me in my cute Freddy gear. I'm like, oh, should I tell them? Have you seen the movie? I don't know if I should fucking tell them. Kind of want to, so if I get to kill Freddy, yeah, I'm down for that. That'd be sick. Fifth Element, just thinking of the universe of the Fifth Element, that'd be fucking sick. I don't know, that's a really good question. Osmosis Jones. That's kind of sick. I mean, the Freddy sweater's cool, but it makes about as much sense as my Jason backpack. I get compliments on that all the time, and I want to be like, Can I ask you why you're a fan of it? You got people you want to kill at camp? Was someone picked on as a child? Like, I don't know what kind of conversation we're about to dive into, but I want to know. Like, I'm not judging. Like, we're all just fucking weirdos out here. But I want to ask, like, do you know that part? But the nightmare one, I like the idea of being stuck in nightmares and him being the ultimate bad guy. Murder all the fornicating youth. Yeah. Man, the doll thing gets me. I hate Chucky movies. They fucking freak me out. But I'm super, super can't watch them now because I listened to a true crime story recently. It's so fucked up. But long story short, a group of kids tortures a girl for weeks until she dies because of a jealousy thing going on. And one of the parts of the torture was that they put headphone cans like this on her ears. She was strung up by her fingers in a barn, by the way, naked. They put headphones on her that would blast at full volume this crazy techno remix of the Chucky Child's Play song. So it would be like 24/7, and every like 15 minutes it go, "Hi, I'm Chucky, wanna play?" And then every time the people were gonna come torture her, they'd take one can off and go, "Hi, I'm Chucky, wanna play?" And she would just start to scream because they were doing things like pulling her teeth out and shit. I can't anymore with Chucky, knowing that's a thing. Why do you have a Jason backpack in the first place? I do believe it was a gift. Which probably makes it more weird. I don't know why. I always, I don't carry a purse. That tiny backpack is like my whatever. It has my wallet and shit in it, and that's what I carry everywhere. I don't have a purse or anything like that. And I used to have one that was the wallpaper print from the Haunted Mansion, from like Disney's Haunted Mansion. So from far away, it kind of just looks like a fancy, like kind of floral print. But when you get up close, it's a bunch of screaming demons. But it started to break down and the bottom was breaking out. And I think someone got it for me. But Friday the 13th was that was one of the few horror movies I got my hands on as a kid that I really liked, that I was into. Because I was like, oh my God, look at that mom stick of her kid. Crazy. I know, true crime fucks, man. True crime is fucked up. And I completely acknowledge that the sheer amount I listen to / watch, whatever, is probably not healthy. But I have yet to see anyone out there making true hero podcasts. The backpack idea will be legendary for the rest of my life. Get this, my dudes. So when Vissy and I think we were going to the zoo or something like that. But when we travel together, we both have a little backpack that we wear. And, you want something out of your backpack, like your water bottle, your whatever. You gotta take your backpack off, swing it around, put it on your lap, go digging for it. And I had this crazy, I don't know, I felt really smart about it, this epiphany when we were at TwitchCon. I was like, bitch, why don't we just wear each other's backpacks? And then we can always just access our own shit on each other's backs, no questions asked. And Vissy was like, holy shit. So the rest of TwitchCon, I wore Vissy's backpack and she wore my little Jason backpack. But it was, I've never felt smarter. I've traveled a shit ton and this just occurred to me in my life. Why have I never thought of this? Is that not the best idea? Seriously, because we're always together. So I know it's her. If I feel her, little self getting into her bag and she says, oh, I'm just grabbing something out of my bag. It just makes so much more sense than having to swing your backpack off constantly and take shit out or move it around. I felt so smart. It was my stroke of genius during TwitchCon. So now that's what I was like, we should just do this every time we travel ever. This is the smartest thing I've ever come up with. It's so I don't know. It was the dumbest little idea, but I felt really smart about it. Thank you. What is it his backpack gonna be? Do you think a man would want one of these tiny ass Loungefly backpacks? They have, I'm not shitting you. They have everything. You think of a franchise you like, you could probably find a Freddy backpack. I know you can. I've seen it. They have a Freddy backpack. They have a Casper backpack. They have a Stitch, Lilo and Stitch back. Loungefly has literally made everything, and they've collaborated with Disney a shit ton, so there's a ton of Disney licensed stuff in there, like Star Wars and whatnot. That's a good question. Probably alien themed. If we were sticking with horror, it'd probably be the alien head. Like if the backpack was just like the fucking like black banana thing with the at the bottom. Probably that. I think that's his favorite franchise or favorite horror. I think it's Alien. We both watch a lot of horror though. I have no idea. The dude on an everyday lifestyle, absolutely. Like, or that guy from the Colors channel with the really cool robes and the like perfectly curly hair that just says the and it's really pretty. Something like that. But if it was horror, probably Alien. I don't think Crystal Lake. I mean, Crystal Lake's probably my favorite franchise because it's just got a shit ton of titties and it was like my childhood thing. And it doesn't. I mean, it's entertaining and not scary to me. Whereas there's a lot of things out there that are scary to me, which I enjoy, but I would not like, for instance, well, actually, no, I probably would. I was going to say I wouldn't go around with a poltergeist backpack, but if it was like a fuzzy TV screen with the silhouette of the little girl and that was the backpack, I'd 100% wear that. But that one actually scared me. Or like, oh God, there's an older movie. It was like, The Children Under the Stairs or something. And it was about this woman who kept adopting kids, and when she deemed them imperfect, she'd cut their tongues off and then stick them in her basement, and they just had to live under the stairs. Children Under the Stairs, man. That one scared me a lot. I don't want none of that. Are they, I mean, they last so long, Stronlin, I don't remember. My last one lasted me probably 5 years or 6 years. And I've had this one for about 4 years now. They last such a long period of time, I don't remember. But they're really nice. And Loungefly, they are like Disney licensed and shit like that. Loungefly is pretty well known at this point. They're nice backpacks and bags, though. I'd speak to them. I enjoy them. A face hugger backpack, that'd be pretty cool. Ew, gross, but I hate that. I hate it, but I love it. Dude, if you find it, let me know, Glut. I need to see it. Like, a legit one. I wouldn't want a Pennywise backpack. I couldn't do that. I couldn't wear that around, probably. Probably not. Probably not. But I bet they have it. I bet they have. They have, like, everything you can imagine. You can go on Amazon and look up Loungefly backpacks. If you like the idea of this. I'm one of those people, I have to have my hands free. I fucking cannot stand having my hands taken up by things. And you guys know I bitch about it all the time. Women don't get pockets. So, like, if I'm walking around with my phone and a drink, there's my hands, and it drives me fucking crazy. And I can't stand to have a purse because I have my hand on it. It's just like, it's taking up hands. But this is the size of them relative to a 6-foot woman, if that matters. I don't know. I've had 3 of them now throughout the years, and I very much dig them. They're just the perfect little size. Like, it's just like one giant pocket with like that backslide pocket, you know, and then this little pocket, and they're all built the same, but they're just hardy little backpacks. I run these things into the ground and they last a fairly long time, but I like, because there's fun. I'm not an adult. I'm never going to be an adult that's like, yeah, I like that brown and beige bag with the brown lining and the beige interior with that someone else's initials all over it. I've just never thought any of that's cool. I'll take a Nightmare for Christmas themed bag over that any fucking day. And I think that'll be the rest of my life. That's another factor. I can run with this because it's so small. You cannot run with a purse. I mean, it's almost, unless you have like a side bag. I love 13 Ghosts. We just watched that the other night in movie night. So speaking of, it is about the time I usually take off, as my dog is informing me. But every night after stream, about 2 hours after stream, so 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 7 p.m. Eastern Standard, sorry. Eastern, doesn't matter, Standard, what the fuck am I talking about? Anyways, in my Discord, anyone's invited, but we watch movies, usually 2 movies a night, and all of October we're watching horror or Halloween themed or, you know, spooky themed movies, whatever. And we watched 13 Ghosts the other night. It never, like, I mean, it kind of haunted me. No shit. Like, the jackal scares the shit out of me. That ghost is nightmares. The way it moves, like that twitchy, fast movement up a hallway or something. Ugh. That stuff really stresses me out. But I liked it. I enjoy those movies as much as they scare me. Hi, Bubba. Are you coming to say hello? Big yawn. I'm ready, Bob. This is bullshit. Oh, dude, he gets. Do you want to see Trick lose his shit? So the backpack step 1, because I'm only touching this if I'm leaving the house. And for those of you that have seen my boy freak out on Zach's stream when I leave the house, this is sign 1, so he's already kind of he's getting a little riled up. He thinks he's going on a car ride. The car keys. Where are we going? We're not going anywhere. You're being very calm. This is the calmest you've ever been with my keys out, actually. I'm very impressed with you right now. Thank you. Thank you for being calm. Normally, he literally jumps into my face and shoves me. No, he does. But literally touching my bag, that's what got him, like... This means we might go somewhere, and that's... I can't go without him. Huh, Bubba? How are you? They're just the sweetest. Yeah, you touch the leashes or the collar. Oh my god, Rod. While I find someone to raid, I have to tell you this because you'll find this fucking funny. So they needed new collars and leashes. And so I look on Etsy. I try to shop on Etsy when I can because it's like individual real people and they make really good crafts and stuff like that. And I always think handmade is better. So I found the shop on Etsy, I guess you could say, that made them these collars, and they're Martindale collars, you know, so they have that like big old D ring, and they're just really nice. And I didn't realize before I bought them that they were coming from France, because the collars were like 35 a piece or something, so 2 together. I got free shipping on it, which was whatever. But they got here in less than 5 days. Like, I was so astounded. At the same time, I ordered leashes from an Etsy shop in the UK, and they still haven't arrived. It's been like a month. And like, I'm a patient person, but where my leashes at? What's happened? Whomstove. They were literally shipped like 2 days ago. Right? We make constant jokes. I'm like, how did I get their custom French collars before their English rope leashes? Like, I didn't buy them from England on purpose. I just found a really cute seller with really nice reviews and nice rope leashes. That was it. But holy crap. Hot damn. That shipping time. My father used to roll his socks down before he put his gum boots on to go out for a walk. The dogs detected him doing it from a different room with the door closed. That's these guys. They know the sound of different shoes. So, like, I have my house shoes that I wear around the house, and then I have shoes to go out in. They know the difference. The sound of that bag starts to freak them out. Like, they think we're going places, and I can't go without them. Thankfully, we're getting to the time of year where I can take you because it's nice and cold and you won't cook in my car. But yeah, I'm still waiting on the new leashes I ordered forever ago, and I'm like, it's fine, but damn. I've had Etsy orders before where the seller forgot to mark themselves as on vacation or something. They shipped finally, so I'm not worried. Like, I trust that they're going to show up. It was just an astounding amount of time. Truly astounding. Just, I mean, comparatively, which you can't compare because it was 2 different shops, 2 different people. You never know. But you did get your very cool, you got your very cool collars first. You're just the sweetest boy. Do you want to go play outside? Yeah. He is a very noble dude. You're a very beautiful poodle. I almost called you a pug. Are you a pug? All right, my dudes. That's what I'm saying. Well, these people, it's not that it took that long in shipping, it's that it took that long to ship it. Took like 3 weeks from point of order to ship it, and they're very basic rope. I mean, this is much more detailed than the rope leashes, let me fucking tell you. They're just rope, but nah, they're not. These are custom. Like, I got to pick the special color. Like, I picked rainbow for my boy, and it's like magic trick stuff all over the collar, like little hats and bunnies and poison apple like trick. I got to pick all the custom stuff. Same with Lilith. Whereas these were just like rope leash. So it's fine. They'll get here eventually. It's just interesting. You wanna go outside? All right. Right in the bladder. I'm gonna raid my boy Sour Kool-Aid Show. Thank you for hanging out with me today for chit chats. I mean, we literally chatted most of the day away, which was awesome, but also this really cool game. Tomorrow we'll probably dive into more Ash. What is it? I'm really bad at names. It's Amanda the Adventurer Numero Dos, which is a very creepy horror game, puzzle-ish game. The first one had a fizzle-out ending, but the game itself was really good, so I'm really excited. So come by tomorrow if you want to hang out and do that. Thursday, I probably won't be here because we have reservations to go to Casa Bonita, which is like the Mexican restaurant from South Park. The South Park guys bought and fixed up, and we've had fucking reservations for it forever. So that I think that's like a whole day thing. But Friday I'll be here to tell you all about it. But I'll see you tomorrow and we'll talk about it more. It's Casa Bonita Day, and cross your dicks that Brie can come. But in the meantime, I'm gonna raid my boy Sour Kool-Aid Show. Take care of yourselves. Drink water. Take your fucking joy. Eat your meds. Not all of them, but you know, the ones your doctor prescribed. And you know, I'll see you tomorrow morning. I think that's brain death. Pee after sex.